Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, October the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So in the main room, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. Just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Anybody who's in YouTube right now. So before I get into the craziness that's happening, I actually have traded in and out of the ZNB. Where are you there, ZNB? Yeah, I was waiting on this one right about here. It was hanging over $5. And so I took some and I'm out of it, but I'm really going to be interested, I think, if it gets over 583 again. Thank you, The Truth. Excellent. That's in our YouTube room. So that is that one. Now, this falls under the category just when you think you've seen it all, you haven't. Look at this SPRB. Guys, if you're in the room yesterday, you know this SPRB was crazy yesterday. Excuse me. Got really crazy this morning. Actually, I was looking at my Twitter feed last night. I don't know how this snuck in there, but you know that Martin Shkreli? I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. Excuse me. But he was all over this thing, and he was saying, "Hey, yeah, this is a tremendous company. It should be a $500 stock." Who knows? But it's 389 this morning. I was thinking of my friend Dwayne. Dwayne, are you in the room? Because I know you said if you got up at 4 o'clock, your time, which is Eastern time, you might short this one. So I don't know if there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers. There are none right now. But oh man, anyway, there's the SPRB still up 74%. Remember last week I was saying that we weren't seeing a lot of big movers in the pre-market. Nothing was over 100%. Well, we've got one, two, three, four of them that are well over 100% this morning. Shkreli, that's right, Shkreli, Martin Shkreli. So now I have not been able to find any news on GLTO. So I cannot see any news in my headlines in Interactive Brokers. So is there any? I mean, there's got to be something going on, obviously. And my way of thinking is that, of course, everybody who missed the SPRB yesterday is looking for today's SPRB. Now, SPRB had some news yesterday. Okay, so of course that propelled it. I don't see any news on GLTO, but it is up 600%. Yeah, he's got to be out of jail. He's got to be out of jail, PJ. I think he's been out for a while. But I don't see any news on this GLTO. A ton of volume. Look at that. I mean, 44 million shares. So if anybody can see any news on it, please let us know. Now here's one, guys. This CCCX. We saw this one yesterday. This is Citron. Citron is saying, "Hey, this is a oh, okay. This is still a blank. Really? Oh, I thought this was already done. I thought this was just give me a moment here, guys. Most compelling trade in quantum. I thought well, it looks like it's still a blank check company, but so I'm not 100% sure I understand this. Usually, I don't know if they're going to be buying a quantum company or not, or they already are. A little confusing to me on this CCCX. Now, TMQ, I'm actually kind of interested in TMQ. There are some shares available for me to short TMQ. And South 32 has agreed to sell roughly $17.8 million of stock to your Defense Department as part of a U.S. deal to take a 10% stake in this Canadian company out of Vancouver, my hometown. Interesting that they're doing this with a Canadian company. Anyway, TMQ is shortable for me. I just, I'm looking at some of these that are flying high in the pre-market. The other one was TMC. Don't get confused, guys. TMC and TMQ. Where is TMC? So TMC is only up 6%. Okay. It's only up 6%, but it's on the run, on the move here. Can't see any specific news on it. But that's all. This is also shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 11 million shares. So kind of looking at some of these, these high flyers in the pre-market. Eventually, they'll give it. They'll usually. Well, this hasn't yet though. Has not given it up at all. COCH. Received FDA approval to advance its is this the prostate? There's one that's a prostate cancer drug. I can't remember which one it is. Maybe it's not this one, but anyway, COCH, pretty low float, 14.5 million in the float. There's one that's a prostate cancer drug. I don't know which one it is. I don't think it's a ZNB. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a ZNB. No, this is a Bitcoin. Okay, that's right. This is the Bitcoin play, guys. Altcoin. Actually, it's not an altcoin. Yeah. Okay. So we'll call this another one of the digital asset treasury plays. Okay, ZNB. CISS. Interesting. Wow, this is from the 29th. Look how many reverse splits this company has done. So they did a 1 for 100 last year in April, a 1 for 2.5 in December, and then a 1 for 6 this April. Multiply them all together, guys. Anyway, CISS, I don't know if there's any news on this one. It's the TELO. Thank you, William. Thank you. TELO is the prostate cancer models. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So it's TELO, and it is not crazy low. 20 million in the float. DVLT has been on a run, guys. Look at this stock, 40-cent stock a couple of weeks ago, 269 this morning. Man, Yuli's on the move now. ULY. So many stocks are just. Look at this one, ripping right now, guys. Yuli partners with Sony Honda Mobility of America to deliver nationwide roadside assistance for whatever AFEELA drivers are. Oh, these acronyms. There's going to be a million acronyms out there. Well, that's Yuli, guys, and I'm sure it's a low float. Of course it is. 1 million in the float. Not shortable for me. Man, I wish this were shortable. So this is through the 200-day moving average right now. Well, if you had shorts available on this one, this is one that you just. I mean, it's really difficult to predict a top, but I don't see why that news is so spectacular. Well, it is. I mean, right now it is spectacular for this company. 1 million shares have traded, 1 million in the float. Wow, I mean, look at this. Well, where could it go? The next high looking left on this one on a weekly chart anyway, 694. It's through that. The next high is 998. So again, guys, could anybody find any news on GLTO? The reason I ask is that I'm convinced that what people are looking at now, the SPRB. And wondering what could be an SBRB today. Now, remember, the only reason SBRB is doing what it's doing has what 500,000 in the float, some crazy, crazy low number. Oh, okay. Thank you, Obi. A Fila is the brand name of a new electric vehicle developed by Sony Honda Mobility. Okay, never heard of it, but thank you very much. One from yesterday, guys. That is, let's take a look at LAR Lithium Argentina. This is now this is a big float. Okay, I mean 117 million. This is a big float, but it is on the move still. Boy, Yuli is looking to see if there's any shares going to becoming available interactive brokers, but nope, not yet. Anyway. Yeah, and so just a momentum mover. So no news on the GLCTO or GLTO. It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, no news. No news and no shares available for me to short. Hmm. Well, we're through that high. No, we're not. 797. No, we are through that high. So the next high on a weekly chart now is almost $10. I'm saying it's getting there, of course, but all right. Now the ZNB is now underneath 5. I still have my price alert. I better reset my price alert. I want to set it for around 541, around that area. See if it takes it out again. This is a nice quick trade for me this morning. Here's an earnings play, guys. Not too many earnings plays. We'll start getting into them a couple of weeks from now. But here's an earnings play. I think a lot of people have heard of McCormick and Company, MKC. So this is an earnings play. Nothing happening much. 36,000 shares. Released earnings this morning, pre-market. So really nothing happening yet. I mean, very choppy. But when I say nothing happening, it's only up a penny right now. Market is, let's see, the SPY is up just a little. No, okay, you know what? That is wrong. That is wrong. Yeah, that is wrong. I'm going to have to create a new SPY chart. Actually, give me a moment, guys. I don't know why this chart that I have on the SPY, every now and then, it just doesn't want to have the correct. So I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't, why it's happening, I don't know. But instead of driving myself crazy trying to figure it out, just create a new chart. Okay, GLTO. Now it hasn't had a huge pullback yet. Well, I shouldn't. I guess it has. I mean, it got up to $36 briefly, but it's still hanging over the VWAP. Okay, it's hanging over the VWAP. The VWAP is around $20, right around here. So it is still hanging over it. and see if it holds, maybe comes into it, acts as support, and then takes off from there. Huma, HUMA is moving down. Yeah. Wow. Big drop. They're doing a financing, 28 million shares at $2.11, so a little bit underneath the financing price right now, and that is for HUMA doing a financing. Out of curiosity, let's take a look at the spread for SBRB. Well, $3 spread right now. Boy, there's so many movers this morning, guys. So here's JTAI on the move here. JTAI on the move. The acquisition closed an IPO of 12 million units at offering price at $10. JTAI. Look at that. Easy come, easy go. Look at that. 371 right back down to 3. All right, guys, just want to do a quick look to see what's happening with energy, XLE. See if it's drifting down. Yeah, it's still hanging over the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, still moving away from the 200-day. Yeah, not quite. A little down day yesterday, but still above. And Staples, XLP was below, probably the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. Yes, it is. And moving away. And also moving away. It's been a very active one also, guys. This NA. Wow, up 36%. I found this one has been a challenge to trade intraday. It has pops and then drops. But NAK, barely sneaking in to the top 15. Did see this one also, the INDP. So the INDP has room. Wow, it's got room, a little bit of room anyway. 450 next high looking left. It got up to, it got way past that in the pre-market. Here's another one that's moving now. YYAI, another one that's moving now. Let's see if this pops. Now this is shortable. Too late. Too late. Shortable for me to Interactive Brokers, about 44,000 shares, but I would have had to seen it right up here. So I'm not sure why this is okay. I'm not sure what Airwag. I guess it's so confusing sometimes. You're reading these headlines. It's a $30 million investment of Solana tokens. This is coming under the YYA headlines. So maybe this Air WA has something. Obviously, has something to do with it. All right, this was super active yesterday. Also, guys, look at the Fig now. The Fig next high looking left is $68. This is the Adobe. I guess Adobe killer. Shouldn't call it the Adobe killer. The Adobe rival. But I think they had something to do with OpenAI yesterday also. I think that was the big deal. And now it's above yesterday's high right now as we speak anyway. And of course, it's got room, $68. This did the IPO this week, the week of July the 28th, got all the way up to 142 and then all the way back down to 49. So I guess my focus really, well, I want to say, this GLT, this the GLTO. I want to see if it holds the VWAP, and then the ZNB. I want to see if it gets back over 5. So you can't buy YYAI at Interactive Brokers. Okay. Anybody try to buy? Well, how about Yuli? Well, there are a lot of stocks that are showing up that you cannot buy, and at Interactive Brokers, they're trying to protect you. But just to look, I'm wondering some of the other ones. ZNB definitely could buy. I bought that this morning, so ZNB was not an issue. What a short! If you had shorts, guys, this is, man. I wish I had shorts for this one. ULY. I was saying I would have hit it right at the very top, but look at that. For 879, 593. It's like 100 shares, and you've quick $200 to $300 just like that. But again, not easy to try to predict the top. But the other thing too is look what it did. It got through the 200-day moving average, but now let's see what happens. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? Well, I haven't seen this one for a while. TSSI, TISSY, haven't seen this one for a while. Another one that's just ripping here. Next high looking left is a little over 2018. So almost a dollar to the next high. If there's any news on that, I don't see any news on TSSI. All right, guys. Well, got to get the layout. I'll use that my 9:30 layout. So give me a moment. First thing I do is always save my layout. Not that I've made any changes, but sometimes I don't remember if I made a change. So why not just save it? Okay, guys, just give me one moment as I just make some arrangements here. So what you're seeing here now, these are the top 6 in that list that I had, the pre-market actives up. These are now the top 6 of them. Again, GLTO still leading the way. Now, I've been concentrating mainly on shorting, some large cap stocks, but I'm now that we're starting to get some continuation on these crazy movers, I'll try to take a harder look at them. But I have been focusing on shorting large cap stocks. Well, this one, I mean, this is not large cap, but man, 21,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Got up to 759. Still hanging over the VWAP. So this is going to be a super active. The biggest gainers from the start of the race today. This will be a super active today, based on what I'm seeing in the pre-market. See the COCH. Let's take a look at this one, COCH. So it is pulled back a lot, and it's underneath the 200-day moving average. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but it is now right underneath the V, not the 200, the VWAP, the purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. Carlos dos Santos, buenos dias from Germany. How about is that like Guten Tag? Is that good? Probably bad pronunciation, but Guten Tag, Guten Morgen. Okay, well, I know Guten Tag is something. Isn't that something? There, you see, Carl. Well, uh, it's past morning for Carlos. You got to remember that, or like almost early evening or late afternoon. By the way, guys, so if who was new this morning? Also, I welcomed into the room. VIR. So what time is it? 9:27. Just in case you have not done this, you said you're new, and anybody who's new to Trade Ideas, I don't know if you're new, Carlos, to Trade Ideas also, but if you are, and if you haven't done this already, and I go over a lot of this around 10 o'clock Eastern time, okay? But if you haven't done this already, please make sure you click on my homepage link and click on the education section, the more info. And then right here, you're going to see getting started with trade ideas, okay? I think there are 8 or 9 short videos to get you started. If you haven't done that already, anybody who's new to trade ideas, please make sure you do this. I'm sorry, that's the back to basics. Getting started with trade ideas. Back to basics is if you're brand new to trading. It's all free also. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, what I would do is start off on that with that second video, and you can take a look. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay, but if you're new to trade ideas and you haven't done this yet, please do that first. All right, guys. Well, you are welcome. What time is it now? 9:29. Okay, guys. So the market, 9:30 happens in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I've obviously made an exception in the pre-market with the ZNB, but I try to let things settle down a little bit. I may miss something that runs immediately, but I'm prepared for that. All right, guys, we are now open. So here are these are going to be super active right here. This race is going to be super active. Okay. Another Noop, guys. The SMR has been on a nice run the last 4 days after a pretty steep decline, actually. This got up to $47 and it got down to 35. So that's a big percentage drop, but it's been on the run the last 3 days, 4 days. I know a lot of you follow this HIMS, HIMS. So this is having a pop right now, HIMS. Next high looking left. It's got room, but it is early for $59. So it's got about not quite $4 to the next high. ZNB, guys, ZNB now, ZNB over 5 again. It's had a nice little move. Got down to 433. Wow, that was a big drop. Got down below the VWAP. So ZNB now over 5 again. I think a key area could take a 540. That could really get it running again. Just looking at these highs over here in the 2-minute chart, pre-market highs, of course. Not the pre-market high for it, but just these areas. Okay, Bitcoin's a little softer today. I mean, not much. I mean, it's off what I see about 755. Okay, guys, my guess is that this has been halted on the way down. Yes, it has been. SPRB halted on the way down. Okay. Yuli was halted on the way down. SMTK, that's a news halt. That was early. So that's a news halt that's so probably halted. So Yuli was halted on the way down. SPRB halted on the way down. Gold play here, guys. Barrick B is let's see, what is it doing? Trying to get flat. Okay, it's down a penny right now. Trying to get flat. Look at the ZNB right back down. I have to put my reset my price alert then. Just want to see if it gets back over 5 later on. All right, guys. Now the GLTO is getting frisky again. What's the spread like right now? Ah, man, it just got halted. It just got halted. I took a short of this AEO yesterday late. Yeah, that was a nice. Look at it closed right at the low. Also, I was out of the room, but continuing down. I think, and it has room still. Oh man, GLTO got halted just before I was thinking about taking it, but because look what could happen here, guys. Well, actually, I don't see a big. Here's the halt price. So again, I know I flashed this blue screen on a couple of times this morning, but This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen. Can't see the symbol, but it is the GLTO. There's the Hall price at 26.21. This column trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. Yesterday, when we were watching the SPRB, we'd see the halt price and some of the potential opens were like $20 or $30 above, and they came true. So anyway, no big clue as to where it's going to open. Probably higher, but I don't know how much volume there is. I just have this this thumbnailed from yesterday. TBH, yeah, no volume yet. And I have this one thumbnail just because it showed up in one of the scans that I have. But look at the weekly chart. I mean, there's a ton of room, but there's just no volume yet in it. All right, COCH. And I have this one thumbnailed also on my other monitor. Did you get booted out of the chat? Really? Hmm. Honest, it wasn't me, Monica. Okay, COCH, where are you? You're not here. So now you know what? This is a short I had last or a couple of weeks ago, I think. Yeah, Hudson Bay Minerals. It was a really nice short. But this is on the way up. Remember how long SBRB was halted for several times, like 20, 25 minutes? So this was only a 5-minute halt. BNBX halted. BNBX halted on the way down. So we're getting all these halts on the way down, except for the GLTO. Of course, GLTO halted on the way up. Still no big clue, guys. 26.25. I had to bet it's going to open higher. Boy, another one. Is this really a drop? No. So, okay, I have to admit, I don't know quite what's going on here because CHAI stopped trading as CHAI back in the week of May the 20th in 2024. Okay. Let me get to a daily chart. So so today though, I don't know if it's a new company, don't know what's going on. Because I do recall Sayata Mobile. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, CISS popping here through the right at the VWAP, guys, right at it. Well, I guess we're going to forget about ZNB. I'm kind of surprised. I think GLTO just opened. GLTO did just open. It did pop above the hog price, but it's come right back down. So definitely a challenge to try to. I'd be more inclined, I know we don't have to have news. I know that we don't have to have news to trade stocks, but I'd be more inclined to be, to maybe taking a bit more risk in this, something like this, if there was some news. You know, the SPRB had at least had news yesterday, but this has no news that we can find anyway. I don't think anybody can see any specific news on it, but it is a bio. Yeah, potentially going to get halted right now, guys. Right now, potentially getting halted right now. How can we tell? Look at the spread. A penny. Yeah, it's going to get halted for sure. It's got halted. Okay, Yuli just opened. Let's see what's happening with it. Is it going to continue down? Maybe have a pop? I put a price alert over the VWAP. Well, that's giving quite a bit away though. All right, guys. Cisco. This is a potential short from my small gap breakouts. Okay, small gap breakouts. I have to say gap. It's not a small cap, but it's a small gap breakout on the way down. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, this is a lot of room. NUTR has a lot of room, obviously. $10.14 or so was the high looking left yesterday. So this is just over the whole number of 9. It's over the VWAP, resting. I mean, it's not. And that's this is what we're looking at. We're looking at small gaps, okay, that may be starting. So this is not gapped a lot. That's what that scan is looking for. Stocks that have not gapped a huge amount, but maybe starting. Still has good relative volume. Yeah, I wish I did. Well, I do and I don't, Vince. Being a little cryptic, I know. The problem is, I mean, I can give it to you just like it is. Okay. The problem is, I do have a custom formula in here. Have you ever written a custom formula? Because what I added here, I can give it to you without it. You'll get more alerts. But what I've added is the custom formula. That means that when I get the alert, I have to have at least $1 to move either on the upside or the downside. It's a custom formula. And so I can give this to you, but it won't have the custom formula in it. So, I mean, you can still take a look at it. And maybe later I can show, if you're interested, anybody else interested, show you how you can add the custom formula. But right now, so what'll happen is you will get more alerts, okay, than what I'd be getting. Yeah, you'll have to give me about 15 minutes, Moz, okay? Because this is what I'm talking about, okay? So when you're getting it, you guys are getting it. This is what you're going to see, except you won't have this U28 where the value is at least 1. That means when we get the alert, there's at least $1. That's why I say with the NUTR, when I got the alert around 9, you see how there's at least $1 before you see the next high. And on the short side, if you had something that's I talking about the Cisco earlier, and when you look left, it has over $1 to the next low. Now, obviously there's a difference, when a dollar to the next low for a Cisco stock, that's a $68 stock versus, NUTR, which is a $9 stock. There is obviously there's going to be a big percentage difference, but so, I mean, if you wanted to, you could break this up into, well, it's getting too complicated. I'll explain this later. Okay. Now, just because I have a dollar doesn't mean it has to be a minimum of a dollar away. Okay. A minimum. Many times it's going to be more than that. Okay, guys, TBH, I may have to just take some of this. What's the volume like? The volume is terrible, but it's so hard not to look at this weekly chart and see the amazing amount of room it has on a weekly chart. Spread is, I mean, not great, and there's not a lot of volume yet, but I'm just feel like taking just a little bit and see if we can go on a run, like a multi-day run. Okay, PGY, big active stock from last week. This is showing up now. See, there it is, the next high looking left, way more than a dollar. Okay, but it's a minimum of a dollar. Now, for me, I'd like to see it take out 30 though. Okay, maybe a little over 30. And that's the PGY. There's a great short from our AI. I didn't see this one. 2403, $23 now. AEHR. And the next low looking left. So, look what it got to, guys. Now, this may act as support. May. This looks like it's an earnings play. Yeah, this is actually an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And that's the AEHR. So that low right there is 22.83. So what did it get to? It got to 22.92 within a dime of that low, and that so far is acting as a bit of support. See that little S right there, the little S there, and all that is just looking left to see where the next low is on a. Well, it happens to be on a weekly chart, but it would also show up on a daily chart. Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. At the beginning, mine wasn't either. I had to do a reset. Okay, but I just reset PKLA. That's you, but I just did a reset. Okay, that's all I did. I think I know what you're talking about. It was blank. Okay, so I looked at it and said, okay, well, just do a reset of reset the connection, and it oh, the information came pouring in. So that's guys. If you and this, it hasn't happened to me for a long, long time. But sometimes the top lists go blank. You're gonna have to wait a few seconds to see if they come back, or just click on account and then reset the connection. Okay. Well, there's no hard and fast rule, Wei Dong. If the price drops down below VWAP, is it time to sell? I would be watching it to see, how far below does it get. But there's no hard and fast rule. Yes, the minute it drops down below the VWAP, you just sell, or goes above it, you buy. It's just an interesting area. That's where a lot of potential support or resistance can be. Almost became skeptical. Okay. What does that mean, PKT? All right, guys, I'm very interested in this FBL. Okay, underneath the VWAP, which is around 41, and is showing up on the small gap breakdown underneath that whole number. The next, well, it could, I mean, the 200 day is still far enough away, 39.14. Okay, guys, I'm definitely watching this FBL. I want to see how well it holds underneath this 41. Okay. I'll probably take this if it gets back down to the, say, the 40.80s. And this is on a short. Again, I'm not recommending anybody do the same thing. It's not going to be like a dynamo like all these other ones, but I've had pretty good success at shorting these larger cap stocks. All right, GLTO resumed, and yeah, so it's on the way down. But you know what? I'm going to stick a price alert in the 30 level. You never know. Later on, you never know. All right, testing this FBL, guys. Okay, gets close to 41. I'm out, but this is on the short. Again, not telling anybody to do the same thing. No, I got to start paying attention to our AI. Look at we have some really nice ones. Problem is, so much is happening. I'm tugged in a million different directions right now. Maybe not a million. You know what? It's 9:53. Okay, SBRB just resumed on the way up. Look at that, up. PGY getting closer to 30, guys, closer to 30, but it's sort of it's a bit parabolic going up to 30. So I'm not as interested in it. Okay, listen, it's 9:54. So what I'll do now, I usually wait till about 10 o'clock, but I'm just gonna keep an eye, of course, on my FBL short. But I will go over my homepage, and in fact, before I do that, though, show you how you can create that custom formula. So anybody who is interested, now I want to show you in the guide. So if you click on my homepage link, wish there was an easier way to do this, but unfortunately there isn't. So you click on my homepage link. and you scroll down to the education section. Okay, more info. Click on that, and then you click on Trade Ideas User Guide. And let me see where it says custom formula. There you are, custom formula. So this is the reference that I'm going to go over right now. Okay, this is how you create a custom formula. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the formula that you use, but this is how you create it. Okay. So give me a moment. So this is what the formula editor looks like. Okay, when you create a custom formula, this is what it looks like. Okay, it's an advanced topic. If you don't have to learn it. Okay, but this is, I've created. I don't even use. I should get rid of most of these. But this is it. The distance to the next high or low. Okay, there it is. And I'm going to click on edit. So this is the formula to use. Okay, so you would put this formula, has to be exact. Okay, they're uppercase, lowercase, with the right brackets. That's why I'm going to pop it in here. Okay, that's the formula to use. And you give it a name. I call it distance to next high low. Okay, that's just makes sense. So that's the formula to use. And then when you add it, when you create it, it'll be a filter. It won't be U28 if you've never done one before. It'll probably say U0. Okay, and that's why. So then if you took my small gap breakout, then what you do is you take it, you do a search, and that's why I'm saying give it a name. See what I call it distance. Distance. There you are. Distance to the next high or low. It's just a filter. It's just like any other filter. And so you would add the filter, and then you would, well, whatever you. Whoops, I clicked on the wrong one. Give me a moment. Distance to the next high or low. Now you can do it percentage wise. Also, I just choose to do it dollar wise. So when I put one, that means it's got to be at least $1 away. Okay. Other if I'm going short, I have to be looking left. Has to have at least $1 underneath the current price. At least could be a lot more. And if I'm going long, it has to be at least $1 more. When I look left, and that's on a daily chart. Okay, a daily chart. Yeah, I read that Shady Skrelly. That's how you pronounce it. Skrelly. Yeah, I read that. I saw some. I don't even know how it showed up on my Twitter account, but he was saying $500 a share. All right, FBL giving me some pizza money. So again, if you know how to create a custom formula, if you've done it before, then this is super simple then for you. There's a formula to use. If you don't know how to create it, then please go to the guide and it'll take you to that screen, that formula editor screen. And you basically just create a new formula and you see on that box that said source code, you just pop this formula in, give it a name. It's going to ask you for a name. I put distance to the next high or low. So because you can remember, you can sort on, hey, right on, guys, FBL. Again, these are not wild and crazy like you're going to find in here, but I'll take them. So if you have this, remember, if it's red, it's a potential short. If it's green, it's a potential long. Okay. Now, this is a lot in here right now. I mean, yesterday this was nowhere near as full. Okay. I, I might even have to, because I don't want so many. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't want so many. I can firm up the filters, make them harder. Yesterday it was not like this, but this is also a good watch list because what I like to do is follow these because sometimes there'll just be bounces too. Look at FBL. I mean, it could turn into a bounce. So I can share the link. But remember, the link it's going to have the U28 in it, but it won't have any data. Will that matter, Pepe? It won't matter, will it? Wow. I mean, guys, this is actually giving me a lot more than I thought. A lot more. It won't matter, right? Okay. I wish there were an easier way to do all this. So here it is. Okay. This is the cloud link, but remember, you have to add that custom formula. Yeah, unless they have. So I was going to just say that. Now, if you've been making custom formulas in the past and you happen to have a U28, which is what mine is, I guess it'll overwrite it, right? Will either overwrite it or what'll actually happen. So it'll keep using so it will not overwrite it. Okay. But that's only, guys, if you've made custom formulas in the past, that means you've made at least 28 of them. So again, custom formulas, a very advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do that. All right, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage now. Will I do that well, it's 10:03, so I'm not too late. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. These promo codes are still active. I tested them this morning. So please listen carefully. We have 3 promo codes here. Okay, so you can get 30% off a premium annual subscription, premium annual. You can get 22% off a premium monthly. Remember, now the monthly is only good for the first month. Okay, so you can get 30% off a premium annual. You can get 22% off a premium monthly. The other two, standard monthly or a standard annual, 15% off. Again, remember, now the monthly, if you take out a monthly subscription, these promos are only good for the first month. Now, also, if those of you who are in YouTube and you don't know this, first of all, I'll start all over again. If you're new to the rooms, welcome to the rooms. Okay, I'm moderating a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. So if you're new, welcome. The format is this. So the main room is open at around 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, 6:45 a.m. I open the YouTube room around 8:30. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms, and I don't open the rooms that early because I'm in Vancouver, Canada. So the time zone, I'm not getting up at 3:30 to open up a room. So, but Obi in the main room, he does that for us. Okay, little golf applause for Obi doing that every day. Now the main room will usually stay open even after I leave. I'll leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 later if you have questions for me. But William, many times now, is keeping the room open. Say 3:30 to 3:45. Okay, doesn't have to, but he'll let us know. Okay. Now, if you want to come into the main room, those of you on YouTube, then if you click on my homepage link, you notice it says trading room down here, and that is the trading room. A lot more action in that room. Action meaning a lot more interaction amongst traders. Okay. Also, if you come into the main room every day, might as well just save my homepage link, and that's how you can do it. Now, if you scroll down my homepage, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. So William cannot keep the room open today. So it's up to you, Obi, if you want to. Okay. If you want to. So keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that first before you contact us, okay? If you don't feel you're getting it. Next to do is you click on my homepage link, scroll down, go to the education section. So Obi says he'll keep it open till 3 o'clock or so, okay? Now, the user guide, I'm just going to click on this user guide. I mentioned in the user guide, this is that how to create the custom formulas that I showed you. But I'm going to go over this stock race over here, okay? You don't have to learn, again, when you look at this user guide, like any other software program, there's a lot in it. You don't have to learn everything. But I'm going to go over this. I'm going to go over stock racing. You notice I'm running 3 races right here. I'm going to go over stock racing. And here's the reference that you can take a look at. So clicking on my homepage link, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do is getting started with Trade Ideas. It's a software program, obviously a bit of a learning curve. And so this is the first thing you must do. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off with the second video. And I think there are 8 videos, 9 videos. I should. Problem is when I expand it, I can't quite see how many there are. Maybe I can. I'm going to, for once, I'm going to take a look. I don't know how many there are. Maybe 8. But they're short videos, okay? There are short videos. But again, if you don't have Trade Ideas, so I would start off on that second video, and that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to take a look at. Keep an eye on ZNB, guys. It's just holding 4 now. It's starting to move a little bit off 4, and that is the ZNB, okay? So again, this will give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try. That's what I would do before I would even take out a monthly. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. So that's what I would do, guys. Okay, if you're new to if you don't have Trade Ideas, take a look at this. Also, back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is all free, guys. All free. If you're new to trading, This is a series of videos designed for those of you who are new to trading. Question in our YouTube room. I have no idea when the next test drive is. We just they haven't done one for a long, long time. No idea. Sorry. No idea if there is going to be one. Next, if you do click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, so here they are. Now, the scan that the small gap breakout is not there, but again, I can hand it off to you. But if you click, scroll down, and here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have them all up and running myself. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is this race right over here. Halts resumes, which is super active today. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I've got these three scans also. I don't have them up and running. These are alert windows, real-time alert windows. The momentum scan, a gap scan, and then we call it the Pepe combo scan. But I don't have them up and running. Why? I've decided to really pare down the number of things I look at. The only alert window that I've got up and running is this one. And I have these two races. If you want them, I can show you how you create them, or I can give you the links. These are large cappers on the way up or on the way down. Yeah, I'll do a quick check, but I don't. There's been no talk of a sorry belligerent in our YouTube room. There's been no talk about a test drive in a long, long, long time. I agree, Pepe. Until the money machine is completely sorted and out of alpha, maybe gets into beta. Yeah, no, I enjoyed the test drives, and I enjoyed the contest a lot. I mean, they were kind of fun, but you know, companies devoting all their resources to this money machine. So, well, Carlos, I mean, and this is the reason this room is, well, as I said, this room is like this, like Monday to Friday. Okay, this is nothing special. This is like this Monday to Friday. So that's why the room is like this. You can come in, you ask questions, because Trade Ideas, fabulous program. It generates ideas, though it doesn't teach you how to trade, but it generates ideas. But you have to have some kind of trading experience. I'm going to go over this race. Why I think this. Wow, look at this sis. I thought last time I looked, it was just over 3. Wow, so it really, really moved. So I want to go over this race. Why I think it's a good idea for those of you who are new to trading, and even those of you who have a lot of experience trading, because what happens is, and obviously you can see I'm running 3 different races. It develops a top 10 list for you automatically. So these are stocks that you can just pay attention to all day long. So while there's all sorts of things that are, on my screen that you can be looking at, but you can create your own race based on your set of parameters, and then it'll develop a top 10 list for you automatically. So let me show you how this works. So I'm running now, again, all customizable. Again, in the user guide, TI stock racing. So all customizable. I am running 4-minute races. So what does this mean, the 7.28%? That means that since the race started, about a minute and a half ago, not quite, BQ has moved 7.28%. So if I click on BQ right now, we should see a bit of a move. There we go. Look at that move for BQ, guys. Okay. Well, the thing is, Carlos, so that you have to have some kind of a trading style or plan, because when you say which scans to follow, I mean, there are all sorts of, Trade ID is just customizable. Of course, you can create the type of scan you're looking for. So, yes, I've got scans that I like. The other traders have scans they like. If you go into our toolbar, click on new, and then click on the dock channel bar. Yeah, there are a lot of scans in here, all these different theme-based channels. These are, these are opportunities for you to take a look at them. But my scans are what I like. Doesn't have to be necessarily what you like, though. You have to have some kind of a trading style. And I'm talking to anybody. I'm not just you, Carlos, okay? It's got to be anybody sitting out there wondering, well, if you don't have a trading style, well, then, that's why we have a simulator. You can practice trading. But let me show you. But again, I just want to go over this race because I do think it's a great way to start. So when this race is over, you'll notice, first of all, a top 10 list has not been built yet. There's only 7 in here. And the list is built up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So CISS has won 4 races. DVLT has won 2 races. Right now, BQ has not won a race. And, it doesn't necessarily, just because it's up, has another 53 seconds for this race to stop or to complete. I mean, there's no CISS could take over, or BQ could drop. So it still may not win this race. Depends what CISS does. You can see the move it's making. You can see that move. Now that's a pretty great move for BQ. A $9 stock moving 15. I'm sorry, a $25 stock moving 15%. It's a nice move for CISS, but it's a $4 for almost a $5 stock moving 12%. So that's a pretty spectacular move for that price. Notice this, you will not typically see any large percentage moves in these 2 races here, okay? Why? Because, okay, and BQ did win. So you see it's been added to the top 10 list now, okay? So this is how you can use it. Now, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the symbol. If you see something that is moving to the top, I would click on it and see what's happening with it. Now, the race will not get underway. It usually takes 30 seconds. There's just sort of Le Mans, how they're just revving up their engines, and now it's starting, okay? So as we speak, INDP has just moved 1.9% since the race started. So that's what I would do. You click on the symbol that's at the top. You don't, again, have to wait for the race to be over, or click on anything you see here, especially if you see something new, a new stock that's appearing. It might be just getting ready to start to run. You can click on anything that has won a race before. What is this GLTO doing right now? What is BJDX doing right now? So this is why you have to have some trading experience, because some of you, if you're looking at this one as an example, there's the VWAP right there, that purple line. It could have been moving down into it, and then you watch to see whether or not it can hold the VWAP, act as support. Things like, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock come into and maybe act as support. So it's not just all about seeing stocks near the high of the day. This can be great to see stocks that are pulling back, maybe into a level of support. Because remember, I'm jumping ahead here. So here's the INDP now up 5% since the start of the race. You can see the move. See that move? That's a big move. So why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? They're all different. They're all different symbols, aren't they? So why is that happening? So if I right click on this race and I open the top list, okay, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice when I right click on this top list window, it says one of the options is to launch the real-time stock race. Okay. So again, why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Give me a moment. Just got to sort it better. There we go. So in this top list window, this is what I want to see. I click on the configure and then the summary. So if the stock is between 1 and 50, the volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Only filters I'm using. Now, the typical use of a top list window before we had racing is as long as you had a column header, which I do in this case. Well, I have different column headers, but if you double left click, you can sort on any column header. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. That's what that C% means. So GLTO is up 596% from yesterday's close. CISS is up 119%, etc. Okay, all the way down this list. Every one of these column headers is sortable. If I wanted to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, there's BQ up 73%. Okay, so that's how a top list was used before. Show me the stocks up the most today. Show me the stocks down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Show me the stocks down the most in the last 5 minutes. Things like that. You could, as long as you had the header, you could double left click on it and then rank them, sort them. But since when we developed the concept of racing, notice the last one down here is 2.7%. Remember, my filter said it has to be up at least 2%. So that's kind of the beauty of the race, because a lot of people will say, "Well, I don't want to see the stocks that are already made the big move. What about the ones that are maybe starting out?" Now, believe me, I would not discount these stocks that have made big moves already. We've seen time and again that just because a stock is up 81%, it could close up 200%. But a lot of you would rather see a stock maybe that's just starting to move. And that's what the race does, because the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. It doesn't care. All it cares about is in this list of stocks, which one is moving the most percentage wise. Now it happens that, BQ is super active. It's near the top here. But what if, I don't know, pick a stock, here's Canopy Growth, okay, CGC, stock that a lot of people know about. What if all of a sudden, where are you now? Well, pick another one, VFF. VFF is right now up 5.6%, okay? What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it started to move? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Impossible. Well, not impossible, but it'd be crazy to have to stare at a list of stocks all day long to see what stock is starting to move. Well, you don't have to, because that's what the race does. Okay, the race takes care of that. It'll find the stock. Sophie, there's a good example of a stock that a lot of people know about. It's up 8%, still a pretty good move. But what if it all of a sudden it's really started to make a move? You'll see it here. So you see something that's starting to move. Again, it doesn't have to be at the top. Anything you see in here, click on it and see what's happening. Okay, so hopefully now it's starting to make a little bit of sense that you can run your own race based on your set of parameters. This just happens to be what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. You might have a different price range you want to see. You might have, maybe a different volume or anything else. Maybe you have a filter that you love, you want to add. Okay. The raise, because once you create your top list window, then you just right click and launch the real time stock race. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. I mean, it should make sense anyway. You can also, if you have a list of stocks that you like to follow all day long, maybe you have a special 20 or 30 stocks that, you know what, that's all I like to follow all day long. Well, you can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and then you attach it to this to a top list window, and you run the race on it. Okay. So, the fact that this race is what I want to see doesn't have to be what you want to see. This race, if I right click on it, you can see what I've added some filters. Notice there's nothing in here right now. And the reason being doesn't mean that's going to last. Obviously it didn't. There were stocks earlier, but this is what I'm looking for in this race between 10 and $70. Now this is the thing is about the market cap. It has to be at least half a billion market cap minimum and a minimum of 50 million in the float. That prevents these sort of stocks from showing up. Doesn't mean you will not get a stock like this showing up. I shouldn't say prevents it. Here, it just has to be a large float. Okay, a large float, minimum 50 million and minimum 500 million in the market cap. You could see one of those stocks in here, but typically that's not what you're going to see. And then the other thing is it has to be near the high of the day. That's what this filter does. This is the position in the day's range, and I put 95%. So that means it's got to be, in the top 5% of the high, within the high of the day. So you're going to see stocks near the high of the day. See how these stocks just showed up now, and that's going to happen all day long. If the filter values are met, stocks will show up. If AES all of a sudden it doesn't meet the filter values, it'll disappear. Same thing in this list. It's not necessarily the same stocks all day long. And this is just the sort of the reverse of this. Okay. This is the large cap movers on the way down. No, I'm sure I have missed a ton of stocks, potential plays from the small gap breakdown. So again, this is a support room. Sorry, a trading room. But if you have questions, it's also a support room. Okay, so you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. Yeah, so I'm just getting the answer again. Yeah, no test drives for probably a long time. I mean, it's already been a long time. It's been well over a year. Okay, guys. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm obviously not in that short anymore for the FBL. That worked out nicely, but long gone. Let me take a look at our AI now, see if there's anything interesting. So, are you talking about the wave, like what I call the blue wave? Is that what you mean, Carlos? Or are you talking about are you talking about the wave, or are you talking about the Halts resumes? Because it's all blue. Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, all it is, I mean, it is a scan, but I call it more of an information. It's more information. Okay. Basically, it just tells you when the stock gets halted and when it's going to resume after the halt. Okay. And so if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, typically a stock like BQ just got halted again. Okay. So a very simple definition of why stock gets halted if it moves too fast in a short period of time. And so there's a program a computer program will kick in. It's not somebody sitting there pressing a button. So it's a program that kicks in and it halts the stock usually for 5 minutes. It's like a pause. Okay. And then it resumes after 5 minutes. Usually it's a 5 minute pause. Okay. If it's not 5 minutes, then it's usually a multiple of 5, 10, 15, 20, etc. Okay. So that's really all it is. Is more information though, okay, then I call it really a scan. Just telling, okay, the stock is halted, and when you check the price or the time, you can just sort of go, okay, 5 minutes from now it could open. And I'm sharing this one. Now, the other thing about when I'm sharing, okay, if you load something that I am sharing from my homepage right now, you're not going to get everything that happened previous to the time, like right now, so call it 10:30 Eastern time. You're not going to get everything that I have from 9:30 on, okay? Because remember, I loaded all this at 9:30. You will start getting what like alerts, or if you're running a race, your race will start when you launch the race. So, and you will build your own top 10. It won't look like this. Well, here's another one, guys. Another potential short for me, the KNX. Yeah. So as the market is starting to drift down a little bit here, obviously shorts will work a little, especially stocks that maybe following the market a little bit more. But I think I'm just a little bit late on it. Whoa, I did. No, Carlos, for you asked that question, there could be 20 or 30 others that are wondering about the same thing. Most people are very shy to ask questions. The best way to keep me interested in this trading room is to ask me questions, to be honest. Okay. Now, if you ask that same question over 100 times in a row, fine. But, I mean, but really, people out there, a lot of people are just shy to ask questions. They don't want to appear, and I hate to use the term stupid. There's no stupid questions, okay? Everybody's, I wish, I don't mean just because I'm doing this, but I wish I had a trading room when I first started trading that we could all interact and have questions answered. And I'm not just saying because I'm doing this, because the room is very helpful. And again, I'm talking about the people who are in the room were a very helpful group, in my opinion. I mean, I floundered when I first started trading, floundered, had no clue what I was doing. Well, and there are times also, Carlos, and anybody else who's listening, and and people ask me a question, and I try to go as slowly as I can, but I understand. I mean, it's difficult when you don't know, especially if you're new to trading. But if you're new to the program, I may go over things a little quickly. There's no problem. All you have to do is say, "Can you please go over that again?" Yeah, the BQ has been a wow, what a wonderful one. I'm not in it, but so it took out that high of 2 days, 3 days ago, like nothing, low float, China stock. Do not hold this. We've seen too many times. These larger ones that are, I would say, quite frankly, anything in the 15 plus, you never know what could happen to these low flow China stocks. When I say don't hold, I'm talking about overnight. That's my recommendation anyway. So again, if I were new to trading, I would probably take a look at a race like this. The reason why is that yes, it's fabulous, to see something like this is up 34% when you're on the right side of it. The challenge with these sort of ones, though, because they're very volatile because of the very low float. I don't even know what and it just got halted again. It's a challenge because they can be very volatile, up and down, up and down. So the challenge is always where are you going to put a stop? Remember, the stop is where you're going to get out if it's not working for you. But you put a too tight a stop on these sort of stocks, you'll get stopped out probably left and right. You have to give it some room to breathe, but it's not easy. Whereas these ones are just not as volatile. I'm not saying they're not volatile at all, but they're just not as volatile. All right, guys. Now this PCT, this is very interesting to me. Okay, it's starting to move down. Pure cycle starting to move down. It's only a little couple pennies under the close of yesterday. I want to see if it continues down a little bit. They showed up on the small gap breakdown. Look left. It's got a little over $1 to that next left. Again, when I say I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I just like to take out chart resistance as one reason, or support in this case, as one reason why a stock may not continue down if I'm looking to short. Or if I were looking to go long, when I look left, I want to make sure it's got some room on a daily chart to keep the next high. Yeah, boy, there were shorts available for me too at Interactive Brokers for LWLG. I just couldn't pay enough attention to. So let me take a look at this light wave logic. Now, if you took this one from our AI, okay, if you shorted this one, and I would be following the wave. Look at the wave. Look how beautiful that is. That orange cloud wave. Remember what it means. It means the transition from blue to orange means okay. We went from a nice strong uptrend to now the trend is turning, and now we're in a downtrend. And I would keep in this trade if you took this as a short from our AI. I'm not saying you wouldn't take anything off. I probably wouldn't have taken anything off yet, though. Not unless it pierced a little bit into the wave, take some off, but then ride the wave down until it turns blue again. So if anybody's interested in knowing how to act, this is part of the standard service, how to get this, it's a, to me anyway, it's a great visual guide. It has helped to keep me in trades either on the upside or the downside way, way longer than I ever used to. And it's not so much about seeing a buy or a sell flag. I could click on an alert if I like what I see, and then I'm in the trade, and then all of a sudden, it starts to do what I want, and I just start to ride the wave. Because a common question, how do I know when to get out? Well, I mean, there's no hard and fast rule, but I have just found that riding depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course, but riding the wave visually really helps me to keep in a trade. Yes. So John Jenkins asked how to set it up. So I'll demonstrate on the daily chart. So John and John Jenkins, you can hear me and see my screen before I can continue. I'm assuming you can hear me. Okay. So I'm going to right click on this daily chart because notice I do not have the wave on my daily chart. I have it on my 2 and my 15. So if I right click, I'm going to go slowly. I have to, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions along the way. I'm going to right click on the chart and this box will pop up. You should see something down here that says use browser interface. If it's already checked, fine, but if it's not, check it. When you click on use browser interface, check it. Okay. Now, the wave is probably not going to show up, but don't worry about that yet. But make sure you check use browser interface. Okay. Right click, use browser interface and check it. Okay, checked. Now, next step is at the top now, you should see a bunch of these little icons. Okay. And you see the little heart icon, the clock icon, and then this one right there, it's the indicator icon. If you click on it, click on that indicator icon, and one of the options is trade wave. And then when I do it, it's a toggle on and off because my wave will disappear, but I'll click on it, trade wave, and see how it disappears. I'll click on it again though, trade wave, now it'll appear again. Okay. So were you able to find, sometimes the icon is not easy to see depending on the size of your chart, but you should see that icon, okay? It's right beside, it's to the left of the anchor icon, just to the left of it. Okay. So do you have the heart icon at least? Or you have no icons? Okay. So what version of Trade Ideas are you running? You can click on help and about, okay? Click on help and about, and that'll tell you the version you're running. You don't have to be on this version, but I just want to see what version you're running because that's the only thing I can think of. Unless your chart is so okay, it might be your chart is too small. Okay, I think your chart is too small then. Okay, notice when I shrink down my chart, I don't see the icons, but if I grab the top corner and start to elongate it, then they appear. So your chart has to be at least, it's either going to be, it has to be a certain size before you're going to see it. All you have to do then is probably grab. You see how my pointer is turning right there? Turns to the up and down arrow. Okay, good. Now you can go back to the size of the chart that you want once you've activated. Okay. Because obviously, see what happens. I can go back to a small size, and the wave is still there, even though I don't see the icons anymore. Okay. Now, don't forget, anybody listening, don't forget you have to save your work. Okay. At the very, very least, if you click on File and Exit, it's going to ask you, you want to load this layout next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done, adding the wave or everything that you have done will be saved. Now, I would also save everything to the cloud. You can save your layout to the cloud, file, save or share to like up in the toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. I would click on entire layout, give it a name, you know, um, whatever name makes sense to you. Maybe this is a layout you use when your 9:30, as I call it, your 9:30 layout when the market opens at 9:30, or something else. I mean, I only have two layouts. I have one for the pre-market and then one for what I call the 9:30 layout. And then you just save it. You give it a name. Most people will click on entire layout, and that means everything that you've done, and then save it. Give it a name and save it. You can save it to your computer. File, save layout. And then what'll happen if you make any changes, more than likely, you'll see your layout and it'll overwrite that layout. When you save things to the cloud, it does not overwrite the layout, which is not a bad thing. It used to really tick me off, but it's not a bad thing, because when you save something to the cloud, yeah, you'll have various versions of it, and they'll all be timestamped. So you might say, "Ah, man, I wish I'd," and then you can go back in time and say, "Oh, there's the one I used to use," if that makes sense. Because they're all timestamped. It doesn't when you save something to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite the current layout. The other reason for saving things to the cloud, though, is you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. I've got keep an eye on the COCH is getting active now, guys. I have this one thumbnailed. So maybe now my problem right now is 180 is the view app. It may stall there, it may not, but that is something that I think you should be aware of. But you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm running what you're seeing here. I'm running off my desktop computer, but I have a couple of laptops. I do have some tablets. So if I went out and bought another laptop, all I have to do is just download the program and then file, load from cloud, load my layouts. I also save individual scans. So of course you don't have to. It's like, I think people understand completely, not just our cloud, but how the cloud works. That's why you save things into the cloud, and then you can just load from the cloud. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now, the other thing, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want, but you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. And we get that question a lot. Yeah, so unfortunately, there are no alerts, okay? There are no alerts on the trade wave. So in other words, if you're asking, well, it'd be nice to get an alert on the buy when I get that buy flag, okay? But as we speak, I'm sure the company would like to have that in the future, but right now there are no real-time alerts when you get a buy flag or a sell flag. Again, I don't use it that way. I just use it so that if I'm interested in taking a trade, and I'm in the trade, it doesn't matter that I didn't see a buy flag on it, but I'll ride the wave, either on the upside or the downside, depending on what direction. Now we do have, but unfortunately, you don't have any control over it. But if you click on new from the toolbar, and then you click on Market Explorer window, this box is going to pop up. You right click and hover over select strategy. Another box is going to pop up. And then if you scroll all the way down, well, move all the way down to trade wave, another box pops up, and then trade wave by 5 minutes. If you click on that, what you're going to see, these are actually real-time alerts. The problem is you cannot customize this at all for a price range you want. The volume will be fine. I mean, you're not going to see anything without good volume. That volume refers to the candle, not the overall day's volume. Here's the volume today, for instance. Okay. So if you look at SEI as an example, and this is based on a 5 minute chart. Now, I don't use this. Okay. But let me click on it again. Probably a little buy flag that showed up. Where are you? 45. Let me do this one. COCH. So there's, see the buy flag that showed up right there? COCH. So you'll get the alert. Now the candle has to close or the bar has to close. Okay. So, but you will get an alert. You can take a look. You can take a look at this if you want. I don't, because I just want to have more control over my scan. But you can take a look at this. You see how you will get an alert. And so the last one was at 10:45. There was nothing at 10:50. Remember, it's a 5 minute. So every 5 minutes you could get an alert. So let me show you again how you can do that. If you click on File, sorry, New from the toolbar, New, and then Market Explorer window. Window pops up. Right-click on it. Hover over Select Strategy. Another box pops up. Move all the way down to TradeWave. Another box pops up, and then TradeWave by 5 minutes. Okay. You can actually go back and see, well, how well did these work? Okay. So again, I don't use it, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't. I've got enough going on. Okay. I just have enough going on. So you're really not clicking on TradeWave, okay? You're not clicking on it. It's just a visual presentation of what can be happening. What you'd really like to see, though, I mean, this is a little more challenging. I find that the lower float stocks, the ones that are a lot more active, a little more challenging to follow the wave because you can get some really violent swings. So you get, like you look at this one. I mean, look up and down, up and down. Whereas let's take a look at DYN. Maybe it's a good example. Maybe I don't know if it is. See a little more, right now, riding that wave up. Even that one though, what you'd really like to see is closer to like to the top of the wave, not getting so parabolic above. That would be the ideal situation. Is just riding it gently up. It just allows you to keep in the trade a lot longer. Like this. I mean, this is a 5 minute chart. Not bad. I mean, if I were in this trade right here, okay, say at 39.25, and I'm riding, sure, I would take some off right here. Okay, but now in the old days, I'd be out of everything right here, absolutely everything. So what I do now, if I were in this one, I would take some off here because it did not transition to orange, and then keep riding it, keeping a portion of it. Yeah, it's funny. I don't even look at the report because this is going to be, it's going to be after the fact too. You're not. This is not going to be real time. I don't look at this at all. Now, of course, I have to figure out how to get rid of it. But yeah, you can go back in time on a specific stock and see where the alerts happen. How do I get rid of this? I thought there was something up here. As you can see, I don't use this at all. Come on. Well, I'm embarrassed. I know Pepe knows, but I thought there was something as long as you make it big enough, there's a way just it's a toggle on and off. Well, first of all, I want to get rid of all this, I want to get rid of all that up there. Now I know, yeah, I'm sure if I do this, it's going to disappear, but I know there's another way. Why I don't use it. Well, that's not why I don't use it. I don't really care because again, that's not how I use TradeWave. I just use it to keep me in a trade longer than I ever used to. That's my use of it. Ah, the label, right, right. But where was it? Okay, I'm gonna. Now, where's the label though? Sorry, I'm just gonna do this. I'm sure. I know there's. I know what you're saying, but yeah, it's got to be bigger. I know it's got to be bigger, but that's a pain. So I'm just gonna. That's why I don't. Not the. That's not why I don't use it. I just don't care about the. I guess if I really wanted to check to see, well, how good were the buy and sell from before? But you see how this one. Now I want to get back to a 2 minute chart. So I see the COCH. It got blocked at the VWAP. I think anyway. Yeah, look at that. So it hit into the VWAP. So I was waiting to see if it could take out the VWAP, but it did not take out the VWAP. All right. Well, let's see. What else can I do here? PCT 1476. William, you know better than that. I didn't take the bait earlier. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 10:58. So in about an hour, I do take a break. Well, the wave doesn't matter what are you talking about me, John? I mean, I have a 2 minute chart and a 15 minute chart, but the wave will look different depending on the time frame you're using. So there's no default for the wave if that's what you mean. It'll look very different. If I use a 30 minute chart, it's going to look very different. Okay, no orange at all, right? so so I don't know what you mean by the default. I just happen to be using a 2 and a 15 minute chart. But again, you don't have to use a 2 or a 15 if you're more comfortable with a 5 and a 10 or 50 or a 20 or whatever you're comfortable with is what you're going to use for your charts. Make sense? Okay, guys. Now, Bitcoin. Let's see what's happening with Bitcoin. Still moving down a bit. So BQ is this probably halted on the way down now? No, not really. Still active over the VWAP. Still over the VWAP. For a stock that has been super active, it's not. It hasn't been bad on even on a 2 minute wave. You don't see when I say not bad, you don't see candles below it, below the wave or bars. I'm using bars below the wave. Now you get it getting into the wave, but not below it, which I'm very surprised at based on the float and how volatile it's been. And if you just used a 15-minute chart, it has not broken down. Now the issue, of course, is where you're going to put a stop. You're going to have a very wide stop on something like this, using a 15-minute chart. Okay, so I just had a confirmation. Who's going to take over for me in our YouTube room in about 1 hour from now? It'll be Andy. Andy at Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 1 hour at 12 Eastern time when I take my break between 12 and 1. It's interesting, guys. I mean, I've had way more success in using the small gap breakouts on the short side than on the long side. I mean, I'm getting an alert for fly here, and 3104. So obviously there's room, but I'm just having more now. The market is drifting down. That really hasn't affected it too much, but my thinking. But I mean, obviously, if the market is drifting down, you would think that shorts will work a little bit better. But even when the market's been moving higher, I've had more success at shorting the small gap breakout. Now, breakout usually for most people meaning breaking out, but I mean breaking out to the upside or the downside. Remember, in red, a lot more red than green. And it's not like the market's tanking. Oracle drops on news. Okay. I bet you any money William is going to try to play a bounce on Oracle. ORCL. This is the news you're talking about. Internal Oracle data shows financial challenge of renting out NVIDIA chips. Is that the news you were talking about? What time did you get that? Just out of curiosity, William. Again, guys, this is my news feeder from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas, but just out of curiosity, 11-ish, yeah, because that showed up at 11:03, 11:03, right there from Benzinga. It's a big, yeah. I mean, if you're, I mean, I don't trade these ones. These are a little outside the price range I feel comfortable with. But look at that, 278 is the next low. And if it somehow took all that out, 275, wow. So you would think then that some of these ones in the are large cap losers with the market moving down. I got to admit though, I'm more intrigued in using this than using these two, these two races. But especially the large cap losers, I'd rather see them. So what's this one? CQs, Invesco China Technology. Hmm. The other thing I should have mentioned, if you're hearing a little pop, okay, a little pop, I did not take the sound alert off, okay? So that's what I hear. I hear a little pop. So if you're wondering where I'm hearing this stupid, well, it's stupid pop, but if you're hearing this pop in your system, you can, if you don't want it, you can just right click on the scan if you've taken it from me, and go to properties and see where it says actions. Click on the actions. Then you can uncheck the play sound if you don't want to hear the pop. Now, of course, I do because I want to know when I get a new one. So you can uncheck that and say okay if you don't want to hear the pop. So what's down with Oracle? Well, there's a report that came out saying there's going to be a financial. Or something hit the news. Also, Oracle lost nearly $100 million from rentals of Blackwell chips in the most recent quarter. And this is what happened. This is the first one. Show the financial challenge of renting out NVIDIA chips. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I can read, but they lost $100 million doing that. Well, that has really put a hit into the market, hasn't it? Because this happened at right around 11 o'clock. That news came out for Oracle. Now, the market was already in a bit of a decline, but now a lot more. So that has probably put a lot. Wow, guys, this is the definition of an alpha stock. Okay, why do we call this an alpha stock? BQ because does it care the market's doing this? Nope. That's an alpha stock, trades completely on its own, doesn't give a rip about what the rest of the market's doing. So this is today's so far SPRB, but there's no news on this one that I can see today. And if you look at this, it says it's a holding company with interest in operating online pet stores. But I think this is one of those ones that got involved in some kind of an altcoin, right? Now, before you think this hit $3,800 or even more, 3,800. If I keep going back, I'm sure I'll even say. Remember, this has done a lot of reverse splits, so that would be the equivalent, reverse split adjusted. So you'd have to take all the ratios that's done in the past, multiply them together. Say a 1 for 20, a 1 for, I'm just making numbers up, 1 for 20, 1 for 60. So you'd multiply 20 by 60 and you keep doing that. And then take the current price, and that would give you what the adjusted price really is. So it did not hit, over $100,000. Boy, there's not a lot of volume in this either. I mean, only 1.9 million shares. I mean, that is not a lot of volume. I mean, it's 27 times normal, but for some of these, for this sort of a move, I would have thought you'd be multi millions have traded, but no. I mean, it's only traded the float 1.5 times. Even today. So this is one I saw earlier, PRHI. Didn't click on it though. I saw it up here. PRHI. See if there's any news on this one. Presurance Holdings. Okay, so this used to be Conifer. Okay, I sort of remember this stock. So they rebranded it, changed symbols, and now this is called PRHI. I guess this happened. Well, actually, this happened back here. This happened on September 30th. So I don't know if this is truly an all-time high. Okay, because I sort of remember Conifer. I think was what, maybe CONF. So I don't see any news on it today. The low float, 3.8 million in the float. Look at that volume, 10 million, and that is 379 times normal. Guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So this one from our AI guys, this might be in bounce mode soon. Okay, I mean, there's the next low looking left, 465 or so. And this is a nice short from our AI at 536 down to 475. That is an 11% move. Okay. Now I'm going to take a look at the reentries, see if there's anything interesting on the reentries. So far, no. All right, let's take a look at the SPY and see if maybe this little selling has been abated. It's been abated somewhat. You have a little blue candle, blue bar here. Maybe another follow through here. I'm gonna put a press alert up in the VWAP area, see if it takes that out later. Here's another one, guys. I mean, Bud is just moving. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Barclays raising it to Euro 88 from Euro 76. So, so Carlos, you're in Germany. What's our conversion? I know I could look it up. What's our conversion to US dollars from the euro? Yeah, I thought it was close to. I think the Canadian. I think it's about par or about the same. So a little more. Okay. Thanks, John. I don't get it. I don't know who that guy is. Jeff Spicoli. I never heard of him. Okay, now BQ has been halted on the way down. Has to be, yeah. BQ is halted on the way down now. Ah, Fast Time. I didn't know the. I'm not even sure I saw that movie. I know it's a classic. I will take umbrage with you on his best role. I think his best role. I mean, I think you may be kidding. Anyway, I think a Mystic River was a great. I thought anyway, great movie and a great role for Sean Penn. Great book. Have you seen Mystic River? A little more serious, I think, than the other one. As we deviate, well, it's my fault. My fault. Okay, let's see if I can find anything now. Look at this twist here, guys. Oh man, that was pretty good actually. I forgot to keep watching it. 32.13. What did it get down to? 31.54. So, again, these are not necessarily going to be moving down all day or up all day, but usually giving me, 40, 50, 60 cents, which is pretty darn good. All right, guys, about 40 minutes. I'll be taking a break. As I said before, Andy Lindloff will be taking over for me in our YouTube room from Trade Ideas. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. It doesn't take much to be more because I'm not. Ooh, yeah, William, you don't want to do that. I'm sure you were sweating when you looked at your P&L and were saying, "What the heck is going on?" Talking to William in our YouTube room. Sorry, in our main room for those of you in YouTube. Yeah, I haven't made a mistake for a while, but boy, and especially in the room when I get a little distracted. The paddle in and momentum master, are they necessary? Are they? I think that's probably first of all 161. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Sounds like that's something from our from the website or the. Let me just give me a moment here. Well, I don't use it at all. Okay, if I'm trying to find it, I'm trying to find it. Is it? I think it might be part of that, but I can't even load it. The market scope. I can't load it. I cannot load the market scope. Maybe I have an old link. Anyway, is it necessary? Well, I don't use it, but it doesn't mean it's not. So I don't know how to answer a question like that. I don't use it at all, but I want to make sure it's not one of the cute names we've given our subscriptions. Okay. Just want to make sure it's not the Birdie bundle. Okay, the Eagle Elite, the Par Plan. Okay, so it's not part of one of these things. Okay, yeah, I think it's probably on the Market Scope, which I don't use at all because I what I like to do is create my own scans, the things that I want to see. So I can't say are they necessary for me. They're not, but I don't know your trading style. I'm more concerned about why can't I get to the. I must have an old link. See, I'm trying to load it, but it will not load. It will not load. Must be a new link somewhere that I have an old link, I guess, for the Market Scope. Give me one moment. I'm intrigued. Okay, so this is it. So I don't know. Is it somewhere here? I again, I don't use this at all. Okay, so I can't. Yeah, that's the problem. I do see momentum waves. I don't see the paddle in. These are, I know, this is, I guess this is what you're talking about. So these are, I mean, these are races that have been constructed, but I run my own races as an example. So is it mandatory? No. Yeah, you can always try us out for a month. You can use my promo code. You only need really, I would start off with a standard subscription. Okay, you don't have to go premium right off the bat. In fact, you don't have to go premium ever if you don't want to. But I would. So if you click on my homepage link at some point, 15% is a pretty standard promo code. So you click on the 15% off, get started now. Actually, yeah, the birdie. So you're looking at the birdie. You're looking at the birdie. I would start off at a monthly, okay, and you'll get 15% off the $127, and then see. If you don't like it, then say no, not for me. Well, everything you see here is part of the basic package, okay? Now, when you say all scanners, I mean everything you see here, um, Doc Channel Bar, if you click on Doc Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels, Explosive Winners, Ripsters Ripping, Quantum. These are all theme-based channels. They all come with it. Everything I share comes with the basic package. The only thing you don't get with the basic package is if you want to have access to our AI. It looks something like this, where you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to come in, and how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. Okay. That's what you don't get. It's probably the biggest difference between standard and premium. But if you have any trading experience at all, I mean, you can easily construct either your own scans. What's happening here? Ah, another user connected. That's what happened. Give me a moment. See, I do have two accounts with Trade Idea, so but the link I clicked on did not allow me to keep in both that website version and so that's why that got interrupted. So yes, the answer is, I mean, like the scans that I'm sharing, for instance, all these scans here, these are all part, I'm sharing a lot of scans, but you can create your own scans, of course, with your set of parameters. So really the only thing that you don't get is access to the AI. That's correct. You don't get Holly with the basic package. Exactly. But even if you have the AI, you still have to know how to trade them. Okay. I mean, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You still have to have some trading experience. But the nice thing is that it generates a list for you that you don't, every day without you're doing anything. Well, it's always been an issue, John, but as I've said, I think we've had the trade way for at least a year now. It's helping me keeping trades a lot longer. Okay. But it's always been an issue. It's always an issue with everybody, believe me. Especially if you're in these low floaters that can be very volatile, and depends where you put your stop. But, what I would do is I would look at the wave. I would say, okay, and I mean, it's not the be all and the end all, but it's a nice guide. It's a nice visual guide to keep in a trade until if you went long, say you were long DYN. Now I'd be watching this and going, it's flattening out. Okay, it's flattening out. I'd be getting ready at this point, if in case it starts turning down, maybe if I hadn't got out of anything, to start maybe taking some off. But I would still be in some because it has not turned from blue to orange. This is on a 2-minute chart. Depends on the time frame you're using, you're comfortable with. But let's see if I can find look at Kroger. I if I had taken Kroger right down here, if I'd seen it right down here and said, "Yep, I want to take this trade at 65.65," okay? I'd be riding this, riding this, riding this. Now, this little jog down into the wave itself. What I would typically do is probably take some off. Okay. In the old days, I probably would be out of this trade though. I get a little anxious. But now, if I take some off, now I can hold on to my balance and just start riding the wave. okay, until it actually does turn orange. Okay, this is on the SPY. Okay, so that's you can try that. It's a nice visual aid. Now, also obviously with Kroger, I'm looking if I were in this one, I'd be looking at, there's the next high looking left. That's yesterday's high. I'd be wary of that. If I hadn't taken anything off, okay, I would more than likely be taking some off right here because it's approaching yesterday's high. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there for sure, but it could. That's the way I look at it. And if it takes it out, then you've got another high to look at. So try it. Just try using the wave to try to help you keep in a trade. But it all depends on the time frame you're using too. You could probably keep in a trade all day on a 15. Once the trend starts, it's rare that this will ever turn orange. Well, ever. It's gonna. But you're gonna have to put a wider stop. Okay, great. Nice to see you here, Carlos. Definitely come back tomorrow. Yeah, well, listen, I mean, people use trailing stops. I don't. Doesn't mean you shouldn't. Well, stop limits. I mean, but again, I have now become very accustomed to using the wave. Okay, I'm not trying to say to everybody that that's what you should be doing, but all I know is that it has been working nicely for me. Does Uli have the potential? Well, everything has the potential, but let's take a look at it. I don't see it anywhere anymore. So didn't win a race. So let's take a look at Uli, ULY. Well, it is really flattening out, isn't it? And it's way, way below the VWAP. Now, it doesn't mean it can't, but it's going to require some volume to come in. Okay, that's going to require some volume to come into this because right now there's no enthusiasm about it whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, I had a tremendous pop. This is still pre-market, right? Yeah, 9 o'clock. But once the market opened, it just fell apart. So I don't know. I mean, does it have the possibility? Anything has a possibility, but the good thing you could say is that it's basing, basing, basing. If it ever gets enough volume to pop it, then at least you have an area where you can put a stop. Let's take a look at Sophie. Okay, let's see. And riding the wave. Let's say, yeah. Okay, so where are you short? Just out of curiosity, where are you short, Sophie? See, if I were short up here, I would have taken some off right here. Okay, no question in my mind. You see how it broke down below? What you really wanted to do is to touch the wave all the way down. Okay, so it doesn't get so parabolic. Because the minute it starts getting so parabolic, you're going to get people like yourself, me, or others saying, "Oop, it's so parabolic. I better take some off." Much easier, in my opinion, if it's just gently moving down to keep in the trade, right? I mean, you're not getting saying, "Oh my gosh, look at this, a big $2 drop. I better," people are going to start covering. But what are you at? 28.11. Oh, nice. If you're up here, yeah. I mean, I would have taken some off here for sure, and now just ride it. Keep riding it. Yeah. That's a great short. Now, what time frame are you using? And you don't have to use a 2-minute time frame. I mean, I only went to 2 because I wanted to catch some of these a little bit earlier, that's all, okay? The lowest time frame I had for years was 5. But what time frame are you using? Okay, so on the 5, I'm sure it's still gonna look really good. Yeah, and 28 yeah, so you can see the great transition right there from blue, and you look like you nailed it right at that cell, and again, I would have taken some off here. But now it just allows you to hold on. When you take some off, it just allows you to hold on, and who knows, maybe this goes down another $3. I mean, we don't know. It's a great feeling though, just to keep in a trade, have an idea. Again, this is not infallible, okay? Obviously, nothing is infallible, but, you're just riding the trend down, riding the wave, riding the trend. When Steve Gomez does his, he always talks about how it's great for new traders. But I always have to interrupt him and say, I think it's great for old traders too, or people that, well, old. I mean, people who've been trading for a while. Thought you were going to leave, William, after your mistake. You see what's happening here. Now, the other thing I might do, okay, John, just check it out on a lower time frame, even a 1 minute, just to see. I bet you on a 1 minute, it's probably starting to not quite though. So even though you're in a 5 minute, you're writing it down on the 5 minute. I would start to maybe look when you see on a 5 minute, you start to see it curl just well, it really hasn't curled yet. I don't know. You're probably using candlesticks, so that's probably a green candle right now on you, with you. But I'd still be hanging on. I mean, you're still up a dollar on whatever portion you've got left. It's a great feeling though to not get jumpy and get I better get at everything, and then it does, and then it continues down. Now this may be the turn. I mean, this may be the turn, right? We don't know, but as the wave starts flattening out, then you really got to start paying attention. Look what happened up here. That's why I'm saying maybe probably could have taken some off right up here as it flattened out. Guys, give me a moment, okay? I'm going to take about 5 minutes. Just give me, so I'll put my announcement up. Say 11:50. Hopefully earlier, but I've got to take a look at the dog and let her out. So just give me a moment, okay? The dog, our pet, Chloe. Okay, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Poe, I think Oracle hit the market. Okay, I think that was the reason because it was very. I mean, the market was already in a bit of a downtrend. Okay, but at 11 o'clock, right here, 11 o'clock, some news about Oracle came out, and I think that is, in my opinion, anyway, I think that is what's kind of hit the market a bit. Oracle stock falls after report reveals thin margins in AI cloud business. Lost nearly $100 million from rentals of the whatever these Blackwell chips are in the most recent quarter. All this came out around 11 o'clock. So I think if we're looking for a reason, that's as good a reason as any. Okay, Oracle, of course, big component. Wow, I mean, last time I looked, I said 275 might be not even close. So their next low looking left is 234. I mean, remember now, guys, it had earnings back here. This was the reaction. I mean, just a massive move for Oracle. That was an all-time high, I believe, up here. So I missed out on the twist. Okay, I'm got to take a look at some of these. In fact, even the ones that were suggestions to go long. Guys, I'm just too distracted. I mean, this was awesome. I mean, the PCT. I saw this one earlier. It's 1476 on the alert to short. And I mean, look at this. Just beautiful down. I don't know if it's probably riding some. I don't know if it's yeah, maybe it's affected by the market. And I don't want to chase it now, but it still has room. I mean, 1366. It still has room. I mean, I'm almost to the stage that, I would just use this. Just use this race for the, if I want to get involved in some of the super, super active ones, and then use my small gap breakout just as kind of my go-to scan, my go-to real-time alert scan. Well, to give you an idea, these were the alerts from yesterday. Okay, that's it. And here are the ones. I mean that's how active this has been today. I mean, well, I guess it's not. I guess it was not as. I mean, it's more. It's a lot more than yesterday. But this was it yesterday in that scan. Well, before I leave, I'll put Sophie up. Let's cheer you on there, John. Yeah, I mean, listen, little jog there. Remember, I think that's what we were looking at. Remember, just a little while ago, maybe or maybe it was here. But at any rate, a little jog here might have got you a little antsy. Okay, but look, ride the wave. I mean, the next low, that's the other thing I'd be looking at. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but 25.30 because it's got a ton of room still. Okay, guys, it is now 11:55. So the first thing I want to do is put the YouTube link in the main room. And so when I do take my break, you can head over and listen to Andy in our YouTube room. It's a great feeling, though, isn't it? To just stay in a trade, visually to stay in a trade. Again, it's, well, I guarantee you, if it pops up, it's going to turn blue. But I mean, it just keeps you in a lot longer, in my opinion. And you're using a 5 minute. So what does it look like on the five? Now, even almost better because it never really got into the wave on the five. Whereas in the two, you see it got into, kind of pierced it a bit. Well, you have to have a daily chart up, John. Okay, there's the next. Ooh, this GLTO maybe. Oh, guys, this could be going crazy now. Well, it is going crazy. It's probably going to get halted. I'm sure it's going to get halted, 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 halted. 100%. There you are. Got halted. So you have to have a daily chart up, John. Okay. So, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, you can see the next low looking left is yesterday's low, right? Right here, 25.32 on the daily. Oops. Now, if you didn't see it on the daily, then you'd have to check a weekly chart. Just click, click, click. Hey, I'm pointing at my monitor. Just click the clock and switch it to a weekly chart. So this is what I mean. If I looked left on Sophie and I couldn't see anything looking left, let's see if I can find one that makes sense. Yeah, like sort of like this BRBR. Okay, I mean, if I look left, I do see the low yesterday. But what if the low yesterday was up here? Then I'd have to go to a weekly chart and check to see where the low is. Okay, and then I start using that as a gauge, if that makes sense. So you see, if yesterday's low had not been, obviously there is yesterday's low and it's below the current price. But if it had been up here and I was shorting, no, no, well, no, it's not listed in the bar. No. All right, guys, getting set for Mr. Andy to show up. Get my music stopped so I can hear him when he comes in. Tell you guys, this GLTO, it's got that look. There's $36 is right up here. All right, I heard a little pop, so I'm pretty sure Andy is in our YouTube room right now. Okay, guys, in the main room, I will put myself on mute, and I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can introduce Mr. Andy Lindloff. I'm sure that must be you, right?
It is me.
It
It is
is
me.
you.
How did you know, huh?
Well, because you told me you'd be coming in.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Now,
that's true. I forgot.
you forgot. Okay. Now tell me you made your fortune on SPRB.
SPRV.
B. Come on, Andy. Don't tell me you haven't seen SPRB.
I haven't. Well, you know what I may have did.
Well, look at it.
Oh,
Look at it
wow.
yesterday.
Good
Oh,
Lord.
wow is right. Good Lord is right.
What is it?
So
500,000.
yeah,
I would never play something like that. That would get me in
yeah.
trouble.
No kidding. And
Yes.
now keep an eye on the GLTO, because the GLTO, I think, for people who missed out on the SPRB, it's another crazy low float. The only thing about the SPRB yesterday, it did have some news, okay? And the news looked pretty good. But GLTO has no news, but it's one of those crazy low floaters that, those who miss out on an SPRB might be looking, okay,
What's the
maybe
stock
this
again?
one
What's the symbol?
what's that?
What's the symbol?
I'm sorry, GLTO. Probably
Oh, you
you
know
can
what?
see.
Yeah, I saw that in pre-market, man. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. And I think I saw it at about 15. I wish I'd have bought it.
Well, I mean, Andy, the high is 36 or so,
Yeah.
and it doesn't mean it's not going to pop right through that and just at
Well,
some
look at
point
that.
during the
Yeah,
day.
look at that beautiful
You never
horseshoe
know.
right there. Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
that's let me go
It's
ahead
halted
and
right now.
uh I don't like this right edge padding. It screws me up.
Yeah. What is going on with that? I have to delete
I
it.
think what it is, if you're doing the money machine, it allows a little margin for your stop and target in there.
Oh,
So
I see. Okay.
yeah.
I have to delete it because otherwise, yeah, it doesn't go over to the right edge. Anyway, I guess I'm going to go now.
Well, yeah, enjoy your
Okay.
hour,
I'm
buddy.
going to go
Have a
now.
good
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see you in
Yeah.
about an hour, Andy.
We'll see you, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Looks like the market maybe trying to get a bounce here. Who knows? Uh, let's see. If you're looking to get funded, go see Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool has been around for several years, couple of 2 or 3 years. They were actually one of our partners. And I'll go ahead and post a link in there. You don't have to, you put up very, very limited risk, and they handle all the capital for you. So you can reach out to these guys if you want to check them out. They are based out of Israel, but like I said, you don't have to worry about anything because you're putting up very, very limited capital. Like $200 or something like that. I don't know what the plans are, but you can look there. They're all be on the site there. But yeah, reputable, been around for a while, and they're actually one of our partners. I know Mike over there; he's a good guy. So check that out, and they will get you going. No, let's see. I don't have another one. You know what? Trying to think. You're not gonna have, one, I don't think, like that. A lot of we have some offshore partners, CMAG, but I don't know what they're. I think you have to put up more capital than that. You're not gonna get totally funded. You probably have to put up about, 5,000 or something like that. But, that one's a good one, and you can just look online. I'm sure there's other ones out there, but the good thing about that one is you don't have to be licensed. Okay, if you do one, if you get funded by a U.S. company, I don't know if rules have changed, but you used to have to get a license, a Series 7 license, basically the same as a broker. So check out. I would check out that Trade the Pool. They got some. They got some cool stuff, and will even pay for your Trade Ideas subscription. All right, let's see what's going on here. We got. I just jumped back in SoFi. That was one of my top picks on the list today, but I'm probably going to be in scalp mode. Got stopped out of a lot of stuff today, just holding a few things. Gave back a little bit, but it's been a nice run. So I'm not too upset. Not too upset at all. The key is on days like the day you don't give away, what you made on the up moves. And it's easy to do, especially, if you're a new trader, and you can always kind of scalp your way back in, but don't uh, be careful. Like, I'm probably gonna be taking some of this SoFi off right now. Get in scalping mode and just. Oh, nice. What bouncing over here? All right, let me see. How do you analyze pre-market? I'm looking at Apple. Which features day trade ideas do you recommend? Uh, let's see. There's a couple of questions. My pre-market routine is I have a homework that I do, and I'm looking for setups. So yeah, just bear with me just a second, guys, because I am. I think these are gonna. I just got to put some stops in. Just bear with me 1 second. All right, sorry about that. But I analyze it by looking at stocks that are setting up. I have a homework, and I'll be happy to share it with you. I don't know if you have trade ideas, but this is my homework that I use every night and every morning, and I'll drop it in here. Like I said, it's just looking for stocks that are setting up for a possible move there. Okay, make sure I didn't miss it. As far as the features, that all depends on your style. Okay, Gerald, I don't know what your style is, but like me, I like top list. I do, you know, I have done some, races, but I've been a long time discretionary trader, so I kind of like top list. It's just my style. There's a lot of people that like the races. A lot of people like momentum, alerts. Back in my day trading days, that's all I used. Well, I would not all use. I've always liked top list. Some people like it in a tree map form, right? You can. Well, this is an older version. I have to go to another top list, but you can go to a tree map and look at it, and A lot of people like the Holly, but since I'm a swing trader now, I don't. I'll pull Holly up every day and take a look at some of the symbols and look and see if there's anything in there that I might want to swing trade. But as far as like playing it for momentum, that's just not my style anymore. I'm more of a longer term holder. Uh, Justin C says, "Thank you. Did I miss your question there?" And Trendliner Surfer says, "Thanks." So I'm not sure why everybody's telling me thanks. Oh, maybe for because I dropped. Yeah, I'll pull that up. We'll pull that up here a little bit later, and we'll kind of go through, and I kind of show you what kind of the stuff I'm looking for. Uh, and then I'll do a video and highlight them. Today, the highlighted stock was SoFi. It was off to a great start. It did what I thought it would do this morning. Of course, you always got to look at the backdrop of the market, right? And I got out of this morning for like a small loser on it. When it turned around on me, now I'm nibbling back in case we get a bounce. But I'm not feeling it so much in this market. Not sure what kind of bounces we're going to get today. Could be the start of something. A couple of my stocks on the list, the stock where money is flowing into is Duke was on my list today, and this FTS was on my one of my picks today, top four picks. I like the way that bottoming tail yesterday put a nice little hammer in, but not doing a whole lot. Mighty Mouse, you always got to have that in the back of your mind, especially when we've come as far as we have, and this is why uh, I'm always taking profits, even like the last 5 days. Anytime we get up here at all time highs, I'm quick to take some profits off. You can see I got some nice profits in Tesla, WRD had a couple move for me. I'm looking potentially to enter this. I got a chunk left, but I like where it is right here on the chart, but pulled back to its 10 period moving average. You got the 20 period moving average right there, but and you got this lot of selling going on. Now, I think what you have to do, going back, Mighty Mouse, it's a good topic. Let's just pull up the cues because that's kind of where the leadership has been, obviously, in a lot of the tech stocks. So, what you want to look at, this could be, I mean, it's just a blip right now. It feels like sometimes when you're looking at some of the stocks you're in, they'll get hit really hard, but really, we're above all our moving averages. We this is a critical level right here. If we come down to the 10 period moving average, because you kind of got a pivot level right near it. But I don't think you should assume anything, until it happens. That doesn't mean you can't thin out if you're long a bunch of stuff. It depends on what type of trader you are. But for me, I'm a shorter term swing trader, so I tend to thin out pretty quick when they start going against me. Can I share the Holly? I lost the version. I'm not sure what you mean, Iris. Wait, let me get to Barat. How do you use trade ideas for scalping? Well, I think you need to find a momentum, uh, scan, and what a good place is the momentum channel. So if you pull up the doc channel bar, and you're going to see, I think it's in this one. No, it's in a regular channel bar. Let me just share a couple of scans with you. So I'm not going to click on it because what it does, if it's in the dock channel bar, I'm not sure why it is. It used to be in there, but this click on this momentum here, and you're going to see a couple of scans in there. And there's one called Momo, and that's where I would go. So if you look for, sorry you guys, my I don't know if I have issues going on here or what, but it started dragging right before I came on there. Let me just click on the channel. Screw it. I can pull this back up. So here's a momentum channel, and you can find low floaters in a race here that are doing well. There's this Extreme Master Blaster is a good one, and I'll actually share my version of that as well. And then you got your momentum. Uh, that's just going to be showing stocks that are displaying momentum. Like this right here is a good little setup there. It's got nice relative volume, almost six relative volume, breaking out of the 15-minute breakout range there. So it's looking pretty good. So this is a channel I would definitely go to there. And if you're looking for momentum, you also have a tree map you can go and check out, find stocks that are doing well. So that's where I would go if you like trading momentum. I don't know what you mean, Iris, by share the holly. I mean, the holly, I know what you mean. I don't have a holly. It's just on the platform. Is it holy? Is there some sort of scan you're looking for? No, Mighty Mouse, no, it's not. All that stuff you mentioned, entry, exits, adding size, taking size off, it has to do with market conditions and of course the chart and I gotta save this layout without these. uh, Tell you what we might do too, as long as we might fire up right now a reversion to the mean uh, money machine. Are you talking about the Iris? Uh, the holy chart on your screen, the picks for the day. You talking about the swing trade watcher? This one right here? My scan top list? Yeah, Iris does have a few of those scans, that's for sure. Uh, Trendline Surfer, I had it before, but I don't see it anymore, the Momo channel. Yeah, it's you know what? It's not in the dock channel bar. You have to go to the regular channel bar. So if you don't have a channel bar open, just go to new and don't click on dock channel bar. Click on channel bar. I'm not sure why the momentum is not in there. Oh, you want my AI stocks? This top list, Iris. Is this the one you want? The one I'm moving around? You're welcome, Trendline. Are you talking about when you go to new and go to premium AI strategy trades window? This is the one you're talking about? Oh, nice short there. I can't share, I mean, share this with you because it's actually part of the system. It's not my scan. So all you got to do is go to new in the toolbar and click on premium at AI strategy trades window. If that's what you want. Because I don't do any daily AI picks. I have my swing trade, my eye picks, my trader's eye. If you see something on my screen, Iris, just tell me exactly what the name of it is. If it's a scan, tell me exactly what it is because I can't make out daily AI picks wholly. I'm not sure what that means. Well, I'll tell you to the options we have. Okay, we have you can go to tool new and you can go to dock channel bar. Okay, as far as the picks, and you have your Holly long, you can click on that, and you can click on chart. I'm sorry, short. So you can. Sorry, somebody's typing to me over here. So be sure to pull up the dock channel bar, and then you can just click on the long channel. And the are you talking about the stocks in the money history, the signals in the money right here, in this one right here? No, no, you don't want to click on channel bar. You want to do this, Iris. Watch what I do. You want to go to new. This way you won't lose your layout. You want to go to new and go to dock channel bar, not channel bar, dock channel bar. You're not going to lose your layout. You can see mine's still underneath there. Okay. Well, here's your other options. You can go to new and you can see what other AIs we have. Okay. So maybe you're looking thinking about the long term strategy trades window. So we do have some single windows in there, but that you can click on and see if that's what you're looking for. So this is going to be this one right here. If it's not this one, I'm running out of ideas. Yeah, I think I would go to support. Okay, that's it, or you'll go to support. Yeah, because I'm just running out of AI ideas. Windows. All right, I'm gonna turn on the money machine, reversion to the mean here, and see if we can get some stocks bouncing. I tried it earlier today, but it was too early. So let's start it. Okay, we got a blotter of stocks and take a look at them. See what we're looking at. All right, so this one is so these stocks they have to be above their 50-day moving average. They have to be down at least 5%, and they have to be kind of close to their 30-minute high there. Maybe I'll find some ideas. All right, we're just gonna let that run here. ENVX is starting to turn green. Maybe we'll learn a lesson about when to turn the AI on. Open door popping its head up. Look at them. They're all turning green right now. And if you're trading this and you feel confident that where you get a mount bounce coming in, this is where you can come in and add to your position. This is where it's gonna benefit to be a wise trader. And but I'm just gonna let it run and see what happens here. See if we can catch some nice reversion to the mean. So fine. Oh, look at all these stocks that are in that list. There's a lot of them, man, bouncing. The LWLG. Yeah, that was that short this morning. Let me bring let me do something real quick. What's happening there? No, that's not going to change. Regardless, Iris, regardless of what it is, I'm not going to be able to share those because they're not part of my layout. It's actually just a Holly. It's a configuration window. So I'm going to show you once again. You can go to once again. You can go to dock channel bar. I've already showed you that, where you can go into the AI long and AI short, or you can come down here and click and uh, if you want the long term, right? Or you can just click on the current one. that shows you those positions, or the premium could be that one. Is that one right there? But you can see your options there. See, when you're paper trading these too, look at this one right here, Prime. Coming down here, tag that 10 period moving average, now getting some a bounce. This is something that I might want to go and jump into my real account and buy. It's a nice little pullback to the 10 period moving average. Seeing something like this, if you have conviction, in that trade and you're in the money machine and you're actually trading real money, this is something where you can come in and say, "Ooh, I like that. I'm actually going to double it." So you could double your size in that if you wanted to. I don't know why this is not going away. Let me try this. I hope it doesn't ruin. Oh man, I lost my money machine when I did that though. Shoot. Let me see if I did. No, I didn't. SoFi is running it right into its 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. See if you can get through there. Tesla's getting a nice little bounce. WRD. All right, let's go to that LW uh, LG you talked about. And it looks like to me it's just a fading strategy. So if we come over here and go to new and pull up the premium AI strategy trades window here, you're going to see this. Oh, that's just tells you the symbols. It doesn't give you the charts. Probably a topping formation. Looks like the winning percentage today, and this one is big, so it would be a topping formation. So it's just looking for a stock that is either feels like maybe it's going back to yesterday. I'm not trying to look at it as a trader. Maybe examine the logic behind this, but you had a shooting star. You kind of had a topping tail and closing lows, so that when it ran up to that same level, okay, that's when the topping formation may triggered, and boom, hit it pretty good there right at the top. Boy, SoFi. Boy, I tell you, I guarantee you a lot of people shorted this RGTI when the market fell apart, and they're about to get ripped another a good one. Those things, man, dangerous game. Trying to short these stocks that have had a huge run. Take a look at the money machine again, see if anything's still bouncing. It's like I doubled down on the wrong one. Yeah, actually, Mighty Mouse, it was a topping formation, so it wasn't looking for the actually the bar reversal where it would break down. Sometimes they have some strategies that kind of just right out and just fade, just and you got to be careful with those because if you're wrong, you got to get out quick. But when they work, they can work really good. No, there's no real market conditions uh as far as like looking at the spies and the cues along with the strategies. Most of that stuff will be worked out kind of in the strategy. If the strategy is working, more than likely not always. Sometimes you have a big move, in the market, but uh, they're not built in where the spies have to be up a certain percentage or something like that. It's just we're thinking about adding some of that to the money machine, but yes, it's what compare count is coming to help. The compare count window for the money machine. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to put it in the AI, but maybe. What are you dropping, Steve? Oh yeah, he's dropping the compare count window. So what I'm going to do here is basically just use that bar. 47 and to stop out. Excuse me a second. Take a look around to see what the SPY is doing. SPY is now running right back into its 10 period moving average on the 15 minutes. So this, if we're going to continue our downtrend, this is probably where we would turn and roll back over, in my opinion. Let's see, I just went ahead and took some off. Sometimes this is when you just turn into a scalping guy. Hey, David, just a quick question. I am a beginner. I am in Holly AI. Is it possible that they re-enter 5x? Uh, re-enter 5x. What do you mean by 5x? As far as the re-entries go, I'm not. You may have to submit that question. I'm not. It's. I know it's a calculation. Like if it comes back through. So in other words, if you get stopped out in the stock, let's just take a look and see. Let's pull up Holly real quick.
Can I help?
What are you whispering, Barry?
I'm asking if I could help on that one.
Yes, please, because I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
I
play
use it
Holly
all the
that much.
time, to be
Okay.
honest. I sort of nag people about it. Yeah, the reentry is if the stock ever hits the stop price, and it doesn't have to necessarily be stopped out in the AI, if you understand what I mean. Just has to hit the stop price at any time, and then come halfway between the original alert
Yeah.
price and the stop price.
Yep.
So it's nothing highly scientific. And then
No.
that's the reentry price, and you get it. You can get a sound alert on that also.
So I'm seeing this EBS was a re-entry. So it must have gotten
Yeah.
stopped out, and then it's gonna get double stopped.
So yeah, so it was a short, right? So yeah,
Right.
958 was the entry,
Mm-hmm.
and got stopped out at 977, and then at some point it did come. Yeah, it came back halfway between 958 and 977,
Okay.
which is 967, and So as we speak, I mean, it's a dime. It's a, it's still within a dime of.
Okay.
You never know. I mean,
Yeah.
967 is the new reentry price, so it's what it's at, sitting at 974 now. So you never know. Maybe later on, maybe. But I've
Okay.
actually had the way I use the AI, quite frankly, is I just wait for the reentries if I'm going to take anything.
Yeah.
I don't even look. Some days you don't get anything, because it has to have like it's just simple math. Some days today you got quite a few reentries, which is not necessarily the best thing. That means it's hit the stop price a bunch of
Yeah.
times. But if you just wait for the reentries,
Hmm.
because the reentry price is obviously better than the original alert price.
Okay, so I was just noticing here, Barry, going back to that EBS, it's showing the entry price of the original one. So even if it re-enters, it's going to show the entry price as the original. It doesn't give you
The
the.
reentry price is 967. Okay,
Why is it showing? Why is it
967.
showing 958 on the strategy trades window?
That's the original entry. Remember now, this is a short. So this is a short. So the
Right.
original alert price was 958. It got up to 977, okay, which was the stop. And then it came halfway down between 958 and
Oh,
977,
okay.
which is 967.
I got it. I just noticed the column over here. I did not. It is in the far right over here. It threw me off.
Right.
I did. Okay, I missed that. Okay. Yeah, that
Okay.
guy. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. I just and a lot of times you only get one or two. Some days you get none. But
Yeah.
today you have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Not that they've all worked, but there are some days where it's spectacular. I mean, quite unbelievable. That's why I tell people, use it like a watch list, stare
Uh-huh.
at it all day
Yeah.
long, have that reentry price column.
Yeah.
And because you can get an alert on that also, like a price alert or a sound alert. You can get a sound alert on that
Okay.
also.
Cool. Nice.
I'll bow out, let you continue.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this LWLG was definitely the one today. All right. Let's take a look to see. Trader 77 says that Tesla poked above its VWAP. Yeah, and it's also above its uh, 10 and 5-day moving average there. Now it's running into a little resistance here on the 15-minute chart. See if we can get through that. We'll take a look here of the money machine. See how these trades are working. Now it's what these are trades that if the market can dig in, and recover, they could do real well on something like this, a strategy like this, because you have stocks that are above all of them above their 50-period moving average. This prime, I still kind of like that entry there. I would take that. I still may if it can pop up. May take it in my own account, not just play money. Opens nice looking daily there. This is one that could get going. Maybe I would add to this one if it could take out that uh, call it the 45-minute high there. But the market is rolling back over. and I may have to thin out some more. Probably just got stopped out of that other. Well, that's nice of you, Justin. Yeah, drop it. I mean, you could always drop it in there if somebody wants it. They can grab it. Well, no, you can't drop it in there. So you'd have to. I don't know what you'd have to do. You're not allowed to. Well, no, I guess you can. You can't drop a link, but you can drop a code. Yeah, if you want to, Justin, go ahead and drop that code in there. Yeah, I imagine. I'll probably grab it myself. Check it out. Get a dock going over here. Okay, thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. They're two separate filters, but you dropped three different lines. So, oh, you're saying this base. So, is this one code for just one custom filter? Or is it you saying it's two? Okay, okay, gotcha. I got you. I see what you're saying. Thank you. Cool. I'll put that. See what I can do with it. Well, SoFi is not backing up. Tesla is not backing up. But the market's backing up. PGY. Yeah, that's a tough one. If I did anything right there, I would just be playing off of, you got a little support back here. Actually, this is probably would call a pivot line. It may want to come down to here, which it got close today, but it's still below its 10-period moving average. I mean, those are tricky. It's like a upwing guys kind of on the radar today, because it kind of came down to a level where I thought it was kind of pivot line, where I thought it may get a bounce today. Still may, but those are just so tricky. Yes, thank you, Justin. That was but not too much on the watch list that is working. Actually, SoFi is really the only one that's working. So I did pick the right one for the trader I emailed today, but we'll see if it can do anything. As the market wants to bleed further. Ah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Justin. Yeah, I scalped it out this morning, but I didn't get very much size. And then what I did, I started trying to play a bounce too soon. So, but at least I got it back.
So Andrew,
Yeah.
excuse me, Andrew. So you saw the news. I mean, I think at the very beginning, I think somebody was saying, "Well, why is this market down?" or "What's happening?" You saw the news about Oracle, right?
Mm-mm.
Well, Oracle shares are, and that dragged the whole market down. It happened right at 11 o'clock. Take a look at an 11 o'clock chart or any time frame right at 11 o'clock, like a 2 minute
Yeah, I
or
see
a
it.
5 minute.
Yeah.
Following reports suggesting that the company's data indicates a financial challenge in renting out NVIDIA chips. And then it went on to say they've lost nearly $100 million from the rentals of, I don't know what a Blackwell chip is, in the
Huh.
most recent quarter. So they're kind of throwing a little cold water on AI.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
that really put a damper on the market for about, well, it still is.
It still is
I think
putting a
the market
damper
is still
probably on
kind
the
of
market.
reeling from that
Yeah.
news. So I know you don't look at news,
Interesting.
but I thought I'd pass that on anyway.
Well, no, it's good to know sometimes. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Hmm.
we were kind of weak even before that. We were trending down
Yes,
pretty much. Yeah, but
yes, we
still,
were
yeah,
trending
that.
down just before that.
Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering if those in the know knew that was going to come out.
Yeah, for sure.
at 11 o'clock.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hmm. All right, my friend. Hey, how'd you think of the last play in the game last night? Well,
Oh,
not quite the last play. Wasn't that unbelievable?
that was a great game.
That
Yeah,
was a great game.
it
I mean, he
was.
trips, falls. I thought, oh my gosh, and he had no
I
timeouts.
know.
What are they going to? Even if they had got up, he would have had to do something so quickly, and then they probably have like a second left. Then they
Yeah,
got to score. But
exactly.
I
Yeah,
couldn't believe
yeah.
how he scrambled up and didn't get touched. That was amazing.
It was. It was. That was. And one of the announcers, I can't remember which one, said that was the most exciting 1 yard run I've ever
Yeah,
seen in my
exactly.
life. Yeah.
Exactly. Most exciting 1 yard touchdown in history.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you
Exactly.
know what? Did you not think, even with 23 seconds left, that somehow Mahomes was somehow going to do it?
Oh, I'm
And if they
telling you, if they wouldn't have got that penalty on the kickoff, he probably
exactly.
would have. Yeah.
Oh, there's no question. They
Yeah.
would have been up around the 35, 40.
Oh,
A
yeah.
couple of passes.
Yeah.
At least they get a field goal. But
Yep.
anyway,
Yeah. Because they still had a
fun
couple
and
of
games.
timeouts. Yeah.
And I'll end tonight or end this on Go Blue Jays. Okay.
Oh man, they got a good team, man. I think they're going to win
They
it
do have a
all.
good team.
They have
They
a
do
real
have a
good
good
team.
team. Fun team
All
to
right,
watch.
buddy.
Okay.
Have a good one,
Thanks,
man.
Andy. We'll see you next week.
Bye bye. See you, everybody.
Okay, guys, I've regained the scanners in our YouTube room. Back in both rooms. Give me one moment. Get my music going. Hmm. All right, guys. So I'm back and everything. So Monica, are you still around, Monica? Because somebody said you got booted out. I got booted out too. It said disconnected from media server, and I had a heck of a time trying to reconnect. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's what you meant by the fact that you said you got booted out earlier. Yeah, guys, and man, oh man, I got super lucky on that COCH. Waited for a long time for this to break the VWAP, and you can see I was on my break, and you can see it just broke the VWAP. Well, on a 2 minute, broke it right there. Said, okay, let's take it. Started to move. Thought, okay, I'm going to, I was wondering if it could break through two. Then the minute it started to do this, I said, you know what? I don't like this. It's getting close to the VWAP again. I was so lucky to get just around the VWAP area, and it just crashed. And I thought for sure they were going to announce a financing. Could have sworn they were going to announce a financing because that's typical because it got halted too. So I at a friend's, I don't have a layout that I share. I have individual scans that you can have, okay, including things that you cannot see. So just give me a moment as I pop my homepage link in. I'll do it right now anyway. So if you click on my homepage link, and you scroll down a bit, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, okay? So you can kind of pick and choose. The ones you can actually see that are on this right here, biggest gainers from the start of the race is right up here or right there. Halts resumes is down here. I don't have these two that I'm sharing. I can give you the links if you really want them. Okay, these are the biggest gainers, large cap gainers, large cap losers. Okay, if you really want them, I can give them to you. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And as you can see, I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running myself, but I'm sharing them. Momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan right here. So these are the ones that I'm sharing. Okay. And remember, and anybody else listening to this, if you load my scans, you say you load this race, there's nothing wrong with it, okay? But a lot of people say, "Well, how, I'm not seeing all the data that you had before." Well, remember, your race starts when you load it, okay? So now it's 1:05 Eastern time. That's when your race starts. My race started at 9:30, so that's why I've got all this data that has been accumulated since 9:30 Eastern time, of course. Okay, so the races start. Also, any scan, though I don't have any scans that I'm showing right now, but any scan will start the minute you load it. You're not going to get everything that happened, previous to that, previous to it. Now, I may as well go over my homepage anyway again, and just one last time. What time is it now? 106. Yeah. So these are the three promo codes we have. So you can get 30% off a premium annual. You can get 22% off the premium monthly. The monthly is only good for the first month. Discount's only good for the first month. Or you can get 15% off the standard monthly or a standard premium. Again, the monthly 15% is only good for the first month. Scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week is down here. You can sign up for it. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section. So if you clicked on my homepage link, click on the education section, because if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do, getting started with trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas, though, I would take a look, starting off with a second short video. That should give you an idea. Well, look at all the videos, but that should give you an idea about whether or not this is the type of program you might want to try, at least for a month. Okay. And then the back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. New to trading, it's all free also. Any clue why my money machine doesn't add any positions? I followed the guide. Well, that's a tough one for me. I don't run the money machine, but when you say not add positions, it's supposed. The reason I don't run the money machine is because I have, you, as you probably know, Nick, and anybody else, you have to pay attention to it. You have to manage the exits. You have to be like really clued into it. I can't do that because I'm doing so many other things. So, but let me just bring up the money machine. I'm not sure and understand what you mean by doesn't add any positions. What it's supposed to do is you determine how many positions you want to have at any one time, right? So if it's 3 or 5, but if you don't exit any, you have to exit unless it gets stopped out, unless it actually gets stopped out, I think it's going to hold on to your position. Is that what you mean? You have to manually exit a position if you want to get out, unless it actually gets stopped out. I think there's always a stop in place, right? Does that make sense? Let me just bring up, I've kept it running for a week now. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah. So I mean, these are ones that I took a couple of weeks ago. Okay. Oh, I see. Doesn't enter any position. So are you when you go to machine settings, are you picking a strategy? At the pick a strategy, right? Okay. So you pick big momentum rider. Okay. Let's do that for fun. Okay. So save it. And now, and then start the money machine. Okay. Now there should be, well, a bunch of them just came in for me. And here they are down here. You can see 3 just popped right in immediately. These 3 right here. So what's happening for you when you start it? Start when you start the money machine. Maybe you didn't start it? Is that what happened? So you did start it. You did start it. I'll stop it. Now start it again. It's definitely running. So you're not getting any symbols? Is that down here? You see what I'm pointing at? You're not, because this is the tree map it's looking at. Now the entry as your maximum of 3 positions, that's what I've got. Minimum price at $2 to 150. But this is standard. Okay. This is the default. So taking $5,000 a trade, maximum 3 position. I mean, these are the default settings. So I didn't do anything to that unless did you do anything to this? You know what, Pepe, I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem. I'm getting disconnected from the media server. Yeah. See this disconnect? Well, you can't see it, but that happened when I was on my break. And you guess what? I cannot get a hold of Sebastian. We may have to go to Discord. Let me just give me a moment, Mighty Mouse. Okay, I'm having a problem in the other room. Okay, I'm gonna have to give me a moment, guys, in YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to get back. Okay, it does say it's connected again. No, Mike is not. Hmm. Yeah, you can't do it, Mighty Mouse. So the parameters that I'll just answer your question quickly. The parameters are, well, I won't say secret, but they're proprietary. So you cannot recreate it. Okay, you cannot, like, we're not handing out the filters. There's probably a ton of filters in that strategy. So we're not doing that. Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know. I think you asked that question of Andy. To me, it looked like I did my video on that. It just looked like, the system looked at that and said it's a little too parabolic and said, but you cannot have the filters. No. Otherwise, nobody would pay for the AI. Hmm. Okay, guys, I know you can hear me in YouTube. I'm trying to get the main room open again. You could, David, but I mean, look how many filters show up in the stock like this. You know, I'm not saying you couldn't try, but well, again, Mighty Mouse. Obviously, I mean, the reason why we would never allow people to see what exactly the filters are. Ugh. Boy, I'm having problems now. Ugh. Boy, I'm having real problems now with trade ideas. It might be more than you guys can still hear me in YouTube, right? But my screen has disappeared. I know. I got booted out of the program. I think the screen share, yeah, the screen share is not, yeah. So I got to get the screen sharing going again. Yeah. Welcome to the kicked out club. Yeah. It doesn't normally happen to me. I mean, sometimes it freezes, but it's not being booted out completely. All right, let me try again. I'm trying to get. Hmm. Yeah, guys, I may have to. I mean, there's. I think there's a problem with his server. Let me see if I can start again. His meaning. Hmm. The gentleman who looks after our, who's the creator of the other of the main room. Yeah, I cannot do any screen sharing. Okay, guys, I'm going to try one more time. I know you guys can hear me in YouTube, but I'm trying again. I'm trying in the main room to get it up and running. I'm going to try one more time, and that's it. No, I know I'm on in YouTube, but I'm trying to get on in the main room, what I call the main room. All right, guys, I think I'm back. I don't know for how long in the main room. I know there's something. I know I'm okay in YouTube, but I don't know. So let's hope. I hope that this is not going to be something that's. Well, I should be back, Obi. If I'm not back, then there's something really wrong because I was able to connect. Everything is turned on like it's supposed to. So can you guys not hear me in the main room and see my screen? You can. Okay. Pepe, this could be a. I wonder now. Sebastian has not got back to me from. Might try him one more time. Usually that's a server issue. Usually he'll say, the server went down or something like that. Hmm. Yeah, well, I could tell because when this is my mic icon and it was breaking up. Anyway, let's. What time is it now? What time is it now? 1:21. Well, I've got another 40 minutes or so anyway. So let's hope that I can make it through anyway. 40 minutes and longer if there are questions. So JR Greatness Trades. You're not humble, are you? This is in our YouTube room. Can I have this set up for options only? So we don't scan for options, but we do have some option filters that may or may not help you. Okay. So let me show you what they are. Okay. They may or may not help you, but just understand we don't scan for options. But what we can do is this. We can find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay. So we have some I'm going to call them obvious filters. We have the put call ratio. We have option volume. That means the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. Put and call volume today. And then this option volume today percent, working with this one up here, the average number over, say, 10 days. So let's just say a stock has normally traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. And you use this filter here, this option volume today percent, and you added it and you put 300% ratio of 3 for you to see that's the stock that has traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. It will have to be trading 15,000 contracts today. So what it allows you to do is at least show you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Now, whether or not that's going to help you trade the options in itself, that'll be up to you. Okay. So again, we don't scan for options, but at least it helps you zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally with respect to options. Yeah, let me email him again. I mean, that's how long ago is that now? So how do you define trending, JR? How do you define trending? I mean, we can obviously find stocks that are moving higher. We can find stocks that are moving lower. Um, the races are probably a decent one for that. There's obviously RKLB. I mean, this is, we're talking now 124, but this has been trending all day. So biggest gainers may work for you. Okay. Are you a subscriber right now to Trade Ideas? Probably not based on the questions you're asking, but you are. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I mean, these are more than likely. All of these are going to be optionable stocks. Not necessarily, though. I mean, I see the KGS. It's traded 87 contracts a day, but you could take this biggest gainers from the start of the race then, If I gave this to you, then what you could do is add, say, a minimum number of contracts. So you're not seeing something that is only, traded 87 contracts as an example. You could add a filter in here. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, this would be the concept of the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, if I right click on it, all races start from what we call a top list window. Now, not very many stocks in here. Okay, but you don't have to use the same filters that I'm using. So in this particular top list window, I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. This is probably blocking it really from seeing a lot of stocks because I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day using this this position in days range filter and sticking it at 95. 100 would be right at, 100 would be right at the high of the day. So, it's up to you whether or not you would want to use that. I've also got a minimum market cap of 500 million. This is all customizable, of course. But if you were looking for options, okay, and you're looking for abnormal stocks trading abnormally option wise, and I'd probably add at least, you know what? Why don't I build one for you? Okay, I can give it to you. But let's start off with what a price range that you'd like. Okay, what price range would you like? And then you can run the race off it, you see? Because all races start off from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window and then I launch the real time stock race. But what we'll do is you tell me, I'll build it for you, okay? So what price range would you like? Okay, so you traded Ford, which is a real cheap one, isn't it? You're not talking Ford, the motor car company. I know that. Okay, well, let's take a look at Ford. Okay, so obviously, well, Ford is okay. It's $23. Now, what about the minimum? Did you actually trade this option wise? Because I see it's only got 706 contracts, but is so what would be your minimum? Right? What would be your minimum? Because I see it's traded 700 contracts so far. Oh, Ford Motor. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought you meant Ford. The okay. I see. Okay. Let's get back to F then. Ford, the company. Oh yeah. Okay. 194,000 contracts. Okay. Okay. So what would be your minimum number of contracts that you'd want? See right there is 195,000, and that is 2.2 times normal. Okay. That's what the 225%. So would we put a price range of I mean we can leave it 10 to 70 or put it at 10 to 100. I mean it's up to you, of course. Why don't I do this 100? Okay. What about a minimum volume? Okay, just actual volume now. No, no, we're not talking contract volume, but we're talking about volume, trading volume. I've got 200,000 shares here. Most of them are going to be way more than that, but that's the minimum I've got here. But you let me know. Now I can add that. Okay, search. I'm going to add options. Okay, so the option volume today, add the filter. So you want it to be a minimum of 1,000 contracts. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll leave it at 200,000. Okay. I mean, I almost guarantee that most stocks you're going to be looking at, if it's are going to be at least 200,000 shares. I don't see why you would want to trade anything less. But now, what about the float? Okay. I've got half a billion. Like, do you want to only see large cap stocks? Not the float so much, but the market cap. You want to only see large cap stocks. Obviously, Ford would be one. 3.88 billion. That's in the float. So, do you have any idea if you want to only see large cap stocks? Right now, I mean, I've got this at 500 million, mid and large. So is 500 million mid enough for you? Is this to be a minimum? So like 500 million and up? Is that what you would consider mid and large, or is there a lower number? Okay. What about the float itself? Probably the float. I mean, I've got 50 million in the float minimum. We can keep that. Okay. Okay. So now what I'll do is I probably want it up a little bit from yesterday's close. It's 2%. So we're building this, right? What I will get away from, because if I leave everything the way it is, we're probably not going to get very many stocks at all. So do you care whether the stock is near the high or the low of the day? You're not going to reduce this. See the 95 there, what that means. Okay. Let's just take it out. Okay, right now. Say okay. The other thing I would add though, also, okay, this is the option volume of 1,000. Okay. Do you not see the value though in saying, okay, it's 1,000, but is that abnormal? I mean, what if it always trades 1,000? What if it normally trades 2,000? Okay. Would you want it if it trades 1,000 minimum? And guys, okay, the leaf blower is outside my window, so that's probably the noise you're hearing. It is Tuesday. Yes, it is Tuesday. But would you want to make sure that it's trading abnormally option wise also? So if that 1,000 actually represents maybe double what it would normally do, or do you care? Yes, is that yes? Okay, I think that yes is for me. So we'll add that. The option volume today. How about double? Okay, we'll just make it double. It has to be at least double normal what it's done over the last 10 days, and that's what 200%. So let's take a look. This is what we've got so far. Oops, the stock was exactly $10. That won't work. Okay, so right now we've got the price between 10 and 100, 200,000 shares minimum, at least 1,000 contracts, and that has to be. And even if it were 1,000, that would have to be at least 200% of normal. Remember, if the stock has traded 4,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it'll have to be trading 8,000 contracts. Okay, double whatever the average has been over the last 10 days, up 2% from yesterday's close. The market cap minimum was 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. Okay, so biggest, I'll call this the biggest option gainers. So you're only going to get a few here. Okay, right now. Okay, these are the only stocks right now that are meeting the filter requirements, which is fine. It doesn't mean that these will be the only ones all day. Because other stocks can come in when they meet the filter requirements. Some stocks will drop out if they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. But this is so that's it right now. And if I ran the race on it, now you could do it. What you could also just look at the list and click on them without having running a race. And just see just see. What I mean, JS probably not that interested. PayPal's here. kind of chopping around. But you see but you can always adjust this. So if you want to run a race on it, let me trying to get there we go. Okay, now we got a good size. So remember, so these are the ones that are in that list, okay? And all that's going to happen is the stock that is moving the most in the next in within a 4 minute period is going to be at the top here. It just means it's moving the most percentage wise. And these are the stocks that are in the list right now. It could be different ones all day long. And the race will start now. So FIGR, it's only 0.2%, 0.27%, a little bit of a move. But remember, if you run this at the beginning of the day, it's going to look a lot different from running it now, when things have maybe settled down. So the bottom line is this something that you might like? Because but you should start running it at say 9:30, market open, or 9:30, because there are no option trading before 9:30 anyway, Eastern time. You start running this at 9:30, and you'll probably more than likely see stocks that have been that have a bit more of a trend than right now that are well. Even you could look at EXC and say, I want to short this, but I'll give this to you, okay? Okay. Now, if you want to make adjustments to it, to the race itself, remember, all races start from a top list window. So if you right click on this and then you open the top list, here it is. Right click on it and you click on the configure. And then you click on the summary. So this is what we've got. Now, if you want to make adjustments to this, you can, and then launch the race based on whatever you may have changed. The one thing I hope you've done is the short videos to get you started at Trade Ideas. Okay, if you're just starting out. Now, getting back to Sebastian. And I took your advice too. I think you said, why don't you go to the website and do it? But no go. No, Trade Ideas is not, Ron Mac is not open 24. You start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. 4 a.m. Eastern time. And I think we run till, I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. But we start at 4 a.m. Eastern time. We do not have 10-second charts. No. Lowest increment is 1 minute. Well, the worrisome thing, Pepe, is if something really happens to the program, we'll have to go to Discord. It's not horrible, but have to figure out something in Discord. So there are three different top lists, Barry. So not this. It's not the same top list in each race. Oh, where's the top list? Well, if you right click any race that you've got, if you right click on it, open the top list. This is the top list that this race is based on. Okay. You just right click on a race, and then one of the options is to open the top list. So this is it. That's the top list I'm using for this race. The different one for this race, a different one for this race. Well, guys, if you have an appetite for adventure, SPRB. Wow, look at that spread, though. Now, of course, when I had to reboot, I got booted out of Trade Ideas also, so I had to reboot. So I lost my top 10 list from earlier. And I lost everything from my small gap breakout. But we rarely get anything. There we go. Rarely get anything. So you're talking about when you took the race and you right clicked, and then I'm talking to JR, and then you open the top list. Is that what you mean? So you took you loaded the race, right? So you got the race. You right clicked, open top list window. This is not the same race, but just is that what you mean when you say can it be expanded? Only has 7 stocks. Is that what you mean? But let me understand. Are you talking about the link that I gave you for the race that I gave you? Yeah, but the channel bar is very different, of course. Are you talking about the race that I gave to you and you're saying, well, there's only 7 stocks? Is that what you mean? Okay. Well, the channel. Okay. So what are you looking at? New dock channel bar and S&P 500 racing. I don't use this, so let me stock racing S&P 500. Okay. Oh, I see. Can that be expanded to 7? There are more than 7 stocks being looked at, okay? It's just that you're if you wanna have more I think well, you can, what I should do also, okay, is for you is to put in my homepage link. I want to direct you to the channel guide, okay? Because all this is in the channel guide. So I'll show you what to do, but you should have a good reference, okay, in the channel guide. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to a JR in the YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll see this. Scroll down until you see the education section right here. Click on the more info. And then right here, Trade Ideas User Guide. Click on that. And then there's a whole section on stock racing, TI stock racing. Okay. So I will show you what to do, but this is your reference. So it's got some video, has some videos and text. Very, very complete, I think. Okay. So there it is in the guide, TI stock racing. But if you want to expand this list, you click the square. That'll stop the race. Okay. And then you right click and you show the race setup. And you see where it says race lanes? You can expand it because right now it's defaulting to 7, but you can expand it to, I mean, I wouldn't expand it too much more because you don't want to be overwhelmed. You maybe, want 10 or, but then you also have to expand the size of your window in order to see them all. This is also, how you control the time. Like I'm running 4-minute races. This is, for whatever reason, they picked 11 as the default here. Okay. But you can run the races for as long as you want, and you probably want auto rerun, which means when a race is over, you want the next one to start. You can also start your race whenever you want it to. So where you see where it says auto start on load. So when you load Trade Ideas, if you want your race to start immediately, so even in the pre-market. Now, if you're using options, though, I mean, obviously you're not going to get anything. Or you can, what I do is I like running it starting at 9:30, but that's up to you. Auto start at time. So if you wanted your race to start at 9:30, you would just click the auto start at time and put 9:30 in here. I mean, there's, it seems complicated, but it really isn't. It's pretty self-explanatory. But I only have 7 here. I've just or 8 maybe, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But that's a personal choice. I just wanted to limit it to 8 because I really just want to see the ones that are filtering to the top. I don't care about the ones near the bottom so much. Does that make sense? I want to see the ones that are starting to move up. And if you have 8 races or 8 lanes going, you'll certainly see. But that's up to you. This is a case in which I don't think more is better. Okay, guys, I see the NITO got halted on the way up. Well, this could be interesting. I mean, there's your potential open 592. Okay, 587 on the halt. Again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, halt price there in red. Potential open this column. Looks like it's going to open above the halt price. Whew. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Wow, so that look at the boom on the nitro. Next high looking left, it's got room still, guys. 727. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but the halt price was what did we say it was? 587 or 515, and it resumed at 587. Wow. Low float, 750,000 in the float, Israeli stock. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. N2 off. Don't know what they do. Clean tech company. Okay. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're into altcoins. At this point, we don't really know what these some of these companies are doing. Well, you got to think there's something happened on this. I mean, we don't know why it jumped. Okay, well, this is the reason. Okay, so drug developers SciSpark, SPRC, N2 off shareholders approved a deal to acquire MitoCare. See, so here we go. This is now turning themselves into a sustainable solution or sustainable energy solution company into something completely different. Now, that news didn't just hit. This is on September 30th, but at least now we understand, at least there is a tie-in with SciSpark and N2 off. All right, guys, it's 1:56, so I'm getting close to wrapping this up. Now, William probably is gone by now. Obi says he'll keep the room open till 3. So when I leave, the main room will still be open. Those of you who are on YouTube, you can come over to the main room. I'll give you the link. Night Hill got halted on the way up again. Interesting. Still not over. Potential open now 680. All right, guys, 1:58. So getting close to wrapping up, unless there are questions. Okay, if you have questions, I will always stick around. Now, Obi, you haven't closed the room for a while. You still know how to do. You still know how to do it, right? YouTube video will help you. Funny man, funny man. Wow, my goodness. This is the one. Is this the one that's been untradeable at Interactive Brokers? I think this is the one we can't trade at Interactive Brokers, EPSM. What a $10 to $34 move. Yeah, this is the one for sure. They don't well, at least they didn't. allow you to trade it. Not just short it, but not even trade it. Okay, guys, 2 o'clock. So what I'm going to do now in our YouTube room, I will pop my homepage link in, show you how you can get into the main room if you want, because I do have to shut down YouTube completely. The main room will still be open. I just won't be talking and no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of activity in the room. So if you click on my homepage link, those of you in YouTube, and you scroll down, see where it says trading room, you can get into the main room. Okay. Okay, guys. So in the main room, I'm muting myself and stopping the screen sharing. See you guys tomorrow. Well, first of all, just make the general announcement. So the main room will be open at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, of course, 6:45. YouTube will open between around 8:30 to 8:40, and I'll get on the mic at around 9 o'clock for each room. So have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.